Okay. Okay. Hello, Philip. Hello, Philip. Fop. What shall we do first? Ben Shapiro or game? It's gonna be a short stream. Oh, 54:39. Wow. There are no Ben Shapiro fans in the cathedral. That's impossible. Oh, wait, hold on. I always forget. Maybe some Blue Sky people will join me. It would be an honor if you would join us. Wouldn't it? I'm eating dinner. It would be my honor if you would join us. Oh, Blue Sky, okay. So what's happening? I have to add a new one. All right. Starving all day. Let's see how many people arrive. Let's see how many people will come here to watch the interview. Oh, I got dizzy. Why did I get dizzy? I shouldn't be getting dizzy. Weird. Hello, free people that are here. Give me your names. And by that I mean write something in the chat. Preferably come to the side chat. Jesus Christ. Discussing food shops. I don't want to watch Ben Shapiro with no audience. It'll be a sad experience. But I do need to react to it at some point. Very sad. Let me see. Wow, what do you mean? Ben Shapiro did an interview with Zelensky, and I want to see how much it was screwed up. I want to see how messed up this was, okay? What do you mean, what the fuck? What's happening? What am I doing? What did I do? Are you angry at me for eating dinner on stream or something? What do you mean, what the fuck? Why? What happened? I feel like I'm doing something wrong without knowing it, and that disturbs me. $7 million subscribers? Oh my god. Okay, you're here. Okay. Listen. When I said that, I saw one person viewing, which I suspected was me, and nobody said anything in the chat, okay? Now that you're here, I cannot say that anymore. So should I start watching it now? Should I start with an intelligent intro as to what made me want to watch this, apart from the fact that it's about Ukraine and I watch everything Ukraine related? I'm baffled that Zelensky even agreed to this, to be honest. Okay, yeah, let's get 10 people. Why do those hack pundits feel they need to talk about Ukraine, something that's totally out of their field, totally out of the thing that they talk about? How many, let me check his channel. How many videos does he have discussing the war in Ukraine? Like none, I'm willing to bet. But suddenly he needs to interview Zelensky because suddenly he's like a qualified guy to do it. Out of nowhere. It's ridiculous. Anti-woke garbage, and suddenly my journey to Ukraine and my interview with Zelensky. Come on. Scott threw stakes on LGBTQ propaganda in elementary schools. The left's new attempt at saving democracy. Trump's immigration policy is winning, but Dems are still doing this. Space Karens. Look at this, back to back. Space Karens, desert weirdos, and the ghost of Trump cameos past. My journey to Ukraine and my interview with Zelensky. Like, this is ridiculous. This is just silly. Dems are lost and leaderless. Democrats fight to El Salvador to fight for gang members' rights. Oh boy. They made me watch a Minecraft movie and I had thoughts. Oh my god. His views, actually he's doing very bad views compared to Shoe Head. I'm just noticing that Shoe Head has million views, and Ben Shapiro has like 30,000, 70,000, 50,000. Zelensky's interview did a lot, but he says like, he has 7 million subscribers. 7 million. Shouldn't he be doing better numbers? Proportionally to his channel. 28,000 views. Shoe Head is pulling in better numbers than Ben Shapiro. By a lot. Actually. It's bizarre. Where are you, Dr. Jones? You can listen to Magic the Gathering Lady while your watchers are coming up and having fun in the process. Magic the Gathering Lady? Who do you mean? Hey, what Magic the Gathering Lady? Who are you referring to? What's wrong with my mouse all of a sudden? Loner box. Vladimir, stop! Progan, stop! Streamers, stop! What the hell is happening here? First of all, you're a streamer, so you should stop as well. Second of all, why should I stop? You should not. Shouldn't stop. You're both wrong. Destiny the base Prager, you influencer, and I leftist journalist. You're both wrong about what? I guess we can watch this slop until some more people come in. Oh, it's muted. How predictable. MS stands for Marjorie, Lucy. Oh. Do you have a specific video in mind that you'd like me to watch of Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Jewish space laser lady?
I got huge disagreements with both sides of this conversation right now. When I look at the greatest threat right now to American values in the United States...
What is that music? What is that weird music? What the hell?
It is the Trump administration, bar none. Man, I got huge disagreements with both sides of this conversation right now. When I look at the greatest threat right now to American values in the United States, it is the Trump administration, bar none. Make no mistake, I disagree almost completely with I would call it the pro-Palestinian historical revisionism that goes on their side. That being said, I mean, we have a current administration that doesn't believe in rule of law.
What is the historical revisionism? I wonder what the historical revisionism is.
There is a process, and you need to follow this process, and I can't think of anything more insane to me than deporting students
insane to me.
From the United States of America because you have a viewpoint disagreement with them. So they weren't always welcomed with open arms. There were times where they were welcome, and there were times where as early as 1920 in Tehran.
US university campuses have once again become a battleground for a war of words. The Trump administration has issued a list of demands to universities, compelling them to...
Oh my God! Really? Really? Is that really happening? Oh boy! I'm gonna have to cover this, won't I? I'm gonna have to talk about this, won't I?
To report students who are hostile to American values, ensuring academic departments are viewpoint diverse.
What does that even mean, hostile to American values? Like what? Learning actual history about slavery? Is that hostile to American values? What does that mean? It's so vague.
And requiring them to hire a government-approved auditor to review programs and departments. Is the US really the land of the free? If the
no, it isn't.
Government decides which freedoms to protect and which viewpoints are the right ones. To discuss the Trump administration's
my God, anti-American sentiment, huh?
battle with American universities and its students, I'm joined by Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University and PragerU personality who's currently suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, is a YouTuber who provides political commentary from a centre-left perspective. And Ahmed Eldon, a former American universities and its students. I'm joined by Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University...
Hey, what channel is this?
To discuss...
Al-Arabiya News?
freedoms to protect and which viewpoints are the right ones.
Okay, also maybe watch Loner Box if you want, but if you don't like him, you can watch something, whatever he got interview with Israeli settler, but it turns out very weird. Oh, we could. I actually called into Loner Box very recently when Anastasia was on his, like, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, I called into Loner Box and talked to Anastasia. Just saying.
Once to discuss the
Like, basically, he said that I can call in to him anytime I want after our 2 debates.
Trump administration's battle with American universities and its students. I'm joined by Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University and PragerU personality who's currently suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, is a YouTuber who provides political commentary from a centre-left perspective. And Ahmed Eldon, a former adjunct professor at Columbia University and a journalist who writes on Substack. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. The Trump administration wants to mandate opinion diversity on college campuses, is clamping down on student protests, and even using social media posts as grounds to revoke student visas. So, Shabbos, let's start with you, as you have direct experience.
That is such an unflattering angle, by the way. That is a very unflattering. They all look like all of them look like they are doing criminal mugshots for criminal, the photo for, you know what I mean? The way that they look like they're about to get their photos taken for a criminal file or something. And also, what is happening with the beard? Like, it's so deep here that this is a very weird choice to have this here full, but have this here so... I feel like something should happen. Something should be done about this, I feel. Also, America is the land of she, her, and he, him, the land of 2 genders, a man and a woman.
With this, is this pressure on universities and students and the protests justified?
Absolutely, and I take issue with the question. President Trump is not issuing a crackdown on universities. He's issuing a crackdown on specific universities. He's not talking about Florida State University, University of Chicago, Vanderbilt, University of Michigan. He's talking about the most elite, the most corrupt institutions like Harvard that have a $54 billion endowment, which is more money than most countries' GDP, that was found 2 years ago to have discriminated by the United States Supreme Court, to have discriminated against Asian Americans and their admissions criteria. This is a university that consistently amplified and celebrated a culture of anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And I used to be in the pretty far left of the ideological spectrum. I cannot for the life of me understand why it's the same far left campus.
Okay, I have to.
He's not talking about.
I have to listen to this
Harvard
again.
For anti-Semitism are the right ones. To discuss the Trump administration's battle with American universities and its students, I'm joined by Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University and PragerU personality who's currently suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, is a YouTuber who provides political commentary from a centre-left perspective.
Okay, we don't.
And
okay.
Ahmed Eldon, a former adjunct professor at Columbia University and a journalist who writes...
Professor doesn't mean anything in English for me, because it's a completely different thing than in Poland. Like, professor is a completely different thing in Poland. Professor in Poland is the highest possible achievement, the highest possible rank you can have in academia, and in the US is just, I don't know, a lecture basically. Is this Ben Shapiro support stream? Yes. Yes. We stand Ben Shapiro. You want me to start watching the interview now? We don't have 10 people yet, so... But yes, I'm planning to watch the interview with Zelensky of Ben Shapiro.
On Substack. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. The Trump administration wants to mandate opinion...
Hello, John the Brazen. Welcome back, Philippe. And yeah.
On college campuses is clamping down on student protests and even using social media posts as grounds to revoke student visas.
They really do like they're laying up for a mugshot.
So, Shabos, let's start with you, as you have direct experience with this. Is this pressure on universities and students and the protests justified?
Absolutely, and I take issue with the question. President Trump is not issuing a crackdown on universities. He's issuing a crackdown on specific universities. He's not talking about Florida State University, University of Chicago, Vanderbilt, University of Michigan. He's talking about the most elite, the most corrupt institutions like Harvard that have a $54 billion endowment, which is more money than most countries' GDP.
Elite.
That was found 2 years ago to have discriminated by the United States Supreme Court, to have discriminated against Asian Americans and their admissions criteria. This is a university that consistently amplified and celebrated a culture of anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And I used to be in the pretty far left.
What is anti-Americanism? I hope any of them will be able to define what anti-Americanism is. Since that Disney's opinion, this will give me permanent brain damage. I know what anti-Semitism is. Of course, I don't know how it manifests in Harvard, but I really want to know what anti-Americanism is.
Of the ideological spectrum, I cannot for the life of me understand why it's the same far-left campus activists who have made a martyr out of Harvard University, saying that we must protect this institution at all costs. What happened to ending the oligarchy and taxing the rich and having billionaires pay their fair share? No one has been able to explain to me why an institution with $54 billion needs $9 billion in American taxpayer money, why they receive $800 million in federal subsidies on an annual basis. And by the way, if Harvard does not want to accept this money, they don't have to. Trump is not forcing them to do anything. Harvard can say, we will only hire Democrats, which is what they're doing. We will discriminate against Asian Americans and white Americans and Jewish Americans. But what Harvard wants to do...
I want to know how this discrimination manifests itself.
Is they want to have their cake and eat it too. We want all of the money from the Americans, and we also want the Americans to go screw themselves because we will do whatever we want. It doesn't work that way.
And Harvard is not saying it will only employ Democrats, and they are saying that they're happy not to take the money. So, Destiny, what do you think? I mean, shouldn't it...
Destiny. It's so funny when programs that sort of present themselves as serious media speak to people by their nicknames, like Destiny, even though he very publicly also exists with his real name. Why not just call him by his real name? Why call him Destiny? It just makes it feel silly, to be quite honest. Postmodernism insanity.
Be hands off our educational institutions if the US is going to say that it supports freedom of thought?
Yeah, I thought that this administration
Who has the echo, by the way?
came in saying that they wanted schools to decide how to educate their own students. It's interesting that the Republicans seem happy to dictate opinion or curriculum to an educational institution when it happens to be an educational institution that delivers opinions or students that have opinions that disagree with the current administration. I think that any American that has any value whatsoever to the idea of freedom of speech or freedom of thought or freedom of expression, especially on college campuses, should feel absolutely terrified that the administration is now running around and playing politics with attaching political mandates to grants that are being awarded to schools that do scientific research. I think it's absolutely insane that this administration is attacking some of our most well-known universities, our oldest universities, for ideological political purposes, which they've outwardly and overtly stated. And the fact is, even if you bow to the administration like Columbia has, there's no guarantee that it'll even lift any of the funding restrictions that they've put on you.
This is interesting. I actually don't disagree with what's being said here. Anti-Americanism is when you oppose Israel, settler colonialism. Anti-Americanism is when you oppose American imperialism. Am I supposed to visit a college campus if I'm not even sure that the college invested in my military contractors?
So there's no, I think, good reason for Harvard to play along here. And I don't think anybody, at least that values freedom of speech, should be cheering any of these decisions on.
Ahmed Eldon, to round out this first question, isn't there an argument, though, as what the Trump administration is saying, is that this is fostering hate speech, it's fostering anti-Semitism, and there should be no place for that on university campuses?
Oh.
I disagree that there's an argument there, and I just want to take a moment and take the macro lens for a minute. I mean, let's be clear about what we're debating. This is not an abstract idea, Melinda. We're witnessing the systematic stripping away of American civil liberties through a campaign that criminalizes not hate speech, but dissent and censors legitimate criticism of a foreign regime that is plausibly committing genocide. I'm bringing that up because we keep
A neighboring uni in my city, a young councillor was suspended from the uni just for speaking at pro-Palestinian rally.
hearing that this is from people like Shabbos and others, that this is about Judaism, that this is about anti-Semitism. It's not about that. It's about the deliberate conflation of the term anti-Semitism with any critique of Israel.
We're waiting for 10 people in the chat so that we can see the thing that I really, really want to see. And that is the interview between Shapiro and Zelensky. It's going to be a disaster. From what I've seen, the only aggression I've seen on campus has been from pro-Israel students. They know they're in the minority, so they stay silent most of the time, though.
Israel, which, by the way, Israel has killed more than 17,000 children in its genocidal war. It is blocking food, water, and medicine from an entire population. The definition of a war crime. Israel's leaders have international arrest warrants issued against them by the ICC.
Yeah, and Trump has decided to sanction the organization because of how, because of those warrants.
Paramedics and then lying about it. I mean, look, Melinda, our academic institutions in the United States, the very places that nurtured free inquiry, free speech, and the questioning spirit, critical thinking, like Gaza, our universities are under siege. And if I may just mention, as a former Columbia University student and adjunct professor, I'd like to note that today, April 17th, is a special day. It's the one-year anniversary of Columbia's Gaza Solidarity Encampment, and it's also Palestinian Prisoners' Day. I just want to highlight, when students first pitched their tents on Butler Lawn, they never imagined, nor should they have, how far their courage would take them, but also how brutal the crackdown would be. After months of rallies and protests, when they occupied parts of campuses, we saw immediately the state and the university move to crush them, exposing what I would describe as the true nature of Columbia University, which is an institution that perhaps I can agree with some of what was said earlier, that is clearly choosing to put money and profit over people and free speech.
Shabbos, you're rolling your eyes. What would you like to respond?
Well, first of all, I would never tell an African American what is or isn't racism because I'm not black, but I appreciate that my co-panelist feels the courage to tell a Jewish person what is or isn't anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, though, I will make two concrete points. This bizarre and sudden focus and fascination on free speech is pretty ludicrous, considering 3 years ago, Harvard University was ranked by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expressions as to how well it preserved free speech and the First Amendment. It was ranked 248th out of 248 American universities.
I don't think you have to be Jewish to know what isn't anti-Semitism, just by the way. Just saying.
And I don't recall being invited by Al Arabiya to talk about dissent on free speech. It's only when anti-Semitism is involved, all of a sudden do we start caring about free speech and the First Amendment. Harvard is an institution that routinely disinvites controversial speakers who are deemed allegedly to be transphobic, misogynistic, or racist. This is a university that fired its own president for suggesting that pay disparities between men and women can probably be explained by the fact that women go into less paying professions. This is an institution that unenrolled 12 students who were posting sexist memes in a private WhatsApp group. All of this was happening for years, and no one really talked about it. It was only when Jewish students said that we want to be treated equally under the law, all of a sudden did you...
Actually, a lot of people talked about it. It was actually a huge cultural world topic, the whole thing. At least the guy that said that about the disparity in the payment. I'm pretty sure that was a pretty big deal. I love it when people say nobody talks about the thing that was a huge thing that everybody talked about, but
universities wake up and say, oh, well, we just can't because we have to preserve free speech. It's a ludicrous argument. No one takes it seriously. Again, Harvard.
I would remind that the main crux of the argument isn't about this, but the fact that the government wants to enter and dictate the curriculum, dictate what is and isn't anti-Americanism, etc. So, you know.
Out of given a 0.0 by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expressions. They have no track record of
You're right, John the Brazen, by the way.
Protecting free speech. But if you want to make this into a free speech argument, then fine, I'm all for free speech. Harvard should be allowed to do whatever it is they would like. What they can't do is say, we're going to do whatever we would like, and then we also demand the American taxpayer pay for it. Again, I used to be far left. Destiny is center left. Why is it that we're defending an institution with billions and billions and billions of dollars? I mean, Florida State University, Vanderbilt, Chicago, these are great institutions of higher learning. And you know what the difference is between those institutions and Harvard and Columbia and Penn? Is those institutions do not capitulate to the dumbest elements of our society. If you want to protest and violate all time, place, and manner restrictions, then fine, but at least accept the consequences of your actions.
I mean, these are also empty arguments. I don't even know what to respond here. He just didn't say anything, really. It was just a bunch of noise, to be quite honest with you.
Can I just jump in for a second? Because, I just want to share with your viewers.
Like, the big problem here is trying to change alter the curriculum to the only one correct curriculum, to investigate, quote unquote, every single department to see what they're teaching, if they are teaching it the correct, party line. And also the big problem is anti-Americanism, whatever the hell that means, the undefined, vague anti-Americanism, which could mean basically anything the person doing the investigation wants it to mean. It's ridiculous.
I mean, Shabbos, I don't know if your audience knows that, I would take everything he says with a grain of salt. You say that these are some of the dumbest people. I mean, Shabbos, you've written on Instagram, to those who are protesting at Harvard. And by the way, let's be clear, they're not protesting against free speech or for free speech. They're protesting against genocide and ethnic cleansing, which is being widely documented. So that is not anti-Semitism. I'm not telling you what anti-Semitism is, but we can all hopefully agree that anti-Semitism is when you discriminate against Jewish people, not a Zionist regime that is rogue and violating international law and committing crimes against humanity.
I mean, that is not
wrote in response
incorrect.
to an Instagram post, have you considered blowing yourselves up? That would really show the Zionists. So I don't know if that's like a joke or if you just feel as if that's somehow a level of discourse that should be encouraged. But I do want to remind our audience, I mean, there have been numerous students, including Mohsen
Jesus Christ. I mean, yes, it's not anti-Semitism to criticize a government of a state. No, I'm gonna make it even more like basically saying that criticizing or even protesting against the Israeli government is anti-Semitism is tantamount to saying that criticizing or protesting against an African government would equal anti-black racism, which makes no sense, right? We all can see that. We can all recognize that sort of line of logic makes no sense, right? Criticizing the Polish government does not mean that you are prejudiced against the Poles.
Mahdawi recently, a Palestinian refugee, a legal permanent resident who devoted over 10 years of his life to building bridges on campus.
And no, criticizing the Trump administration does not mean you're anti-American. Okay? Anti-free speech is when I'm not allowed to do anti-Semitism on big platforms. Hey, have you seen like Kanye West exercise his free speech right on Alex Jones' show? Wow, sick. America is so true.
He approached what he thought was a routine citizenship interview, only to be ambushed by ICE agents inside the office of USCIS in Vermont. Hours later, deportation proceedings were already underway. I mean, Mohsen's story is one story, but it's emblematic of a much larger trend. So for as much as Shabbos wants to make this about Harvard and how much money they have, it's so much bigger than that. I mean, Mohsen, after his meeting with Columbia professor Shai Davide, who, by the way, is a faculty member.
Destiny is listening just to jump in and say, I disagree with all of you. I'm smarter and I have a weirdly asymmetrical beard.
Who, unlike the students, has actually been harassing faculty, students, and administrators, and eventually got suspended, not because he was harassing students, but because administrators were being harassed. He took to Twitter to frame Mohsen and other pro-Palestinian voices as Shabbos is claiming anti-Semitic and even pro-Hamas, as if the thousands of Jewish students across universities that are literally just protesting the genocide and ethnic cleansing and daily slaughter of children, that somehow makes them pro-Hamas. I mean, this was followed, just put yourself in this guy's shoes. This was followed by a digital witch hunt in which websites like Canary Mission and others, as well as a private WhatsApp group of Columbia alumni and faculty, were conspiring to try to get these Palestinian students deported. I mean, the level of danger that this is putting us all in, as Americans, as academics, as simply citizens or non-citizens, cannot be overstated.
It's crazy what's going on with the deportation thing in the US. German students being deported because they didn't book a hotel? Like, come on.
Yeah, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but Shabbos, I'll let you respond to that before we move on to the next question.
Wow, the echo is...
Sure. Well, thank you for exposing your academic dishonesty, because you've deliberately left out the first part of my comment, which is to anyone who is calling for an intifada, which for your viewers who don't know, the intifada was the indiscriminate bombing of nursing homes and school buses and nightclubs in Israel.
Okay, we're not going to go back into a history lesson.
Melinda, unfortunately, he's trying to justify his very hateful rhetoric, but that is not what the... You don't want me to explain
just one thing at a time, Ahmet. Let's let Shabbos respond, and then Ahmet will come to you. Just a moment, Ahmet. Shabbos,
he doesn't mischaracterize what the Intifada is, because the Intifada isn't that. The Intifada is a resistance of oppression. Carry on.
Mr. Bonelli is just patiently
Okay, so by the way, if you want to understand
waiting.
why the American people really don't like these elitist universities, it's because of professors like that, who the moment a student starts responding or a student gives their own opinion, they have to interrupt. So as I was saying, the second intifada was the indiscriminate bombing of school buses and nursing homes and nightclubs to kill as many Jews as possible. Palestinian terrorists would start blowing themselves up all over Israel. My cousin was killed during the second intifada. So I've been very clear for any student who believes that we have to bring the intifada to America, which is what they're chanting at all these universities, then great, blow yourselves up and leave American students alone. If you believe in terrorism, then go do it somewhere else. And I never once characterized free speech and protest as anti-Semitic. What I do characterize as anti-Semitic is when a staff member at Harvard University challenged me to debate him in a secluded underpass as to whether Jews orchestrated 9/11, then posted a video of him waving a machete with a picture of my face, saying he's coming after me and is coming after more than blood. You know what's anti-Semitic? Drawing swastikas on the posters of Jewish hostages like Kfir Bibas, who's a 9-month-old baby, and writing, his head is still on, where is the evidence? You know what's anti-Semitic? Following Jews like myself on my way to class during the encampments and recording us. All of those things are anti-Semitic, and it has literally nothing to do with speech. I never once made the point that free speech and exercising your First Amendment rights is anti-Semitic. This has nothing to do with speech, and it has
When will they discuss the fact that Trump's administration wants to come in and change the curriculum, and the fact that they want to punish all people who show anti-Americanism? Okay, I mean, it's all very fascinating, but are they going to get on topic anytime soon, or is this not going to happen ever? at all.
To do with criminality and discrimination. And in the same way, the federal government withheld funds from racist schools that refused to integrate in the 1950s. In the same way, the Obama administration tried rescinding and withholding funds from schools that he deemed transphobic or sexist. So too, we should rescind funds and withhold federal funding from any institution that does not follow the law and its federal mandates under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. It has nothing to do with speech, and all your listeners can Google exactly what the Intifada was. It was the murder of Jews indiscriminately.
Okay, Destiny, I'm going to let you respond to what we've been hearing before we move on to
Oh,
segment
boy.
B. I mean, when we hear, two clearly polar opposite views, when you hear that and you think about those views clashing on US university campuses, I mean, what is a way forward? Is there a way forward?
I mean, it's a conversation. I mean, Israel-Palestine is a debate older than anybody here, of course. None of this conversation matters. None of it's relevant to what's being discussed. People can have their viewpoints on this. The reality is if you come into this conversation pretending that the Trump administration cares about anti-Semitism or is trying to save Jews on campus, it's just a lie. Trump is targeting
Intifada does not mean terrorism. The professor is correct. I suspected as much. Also, I'm gonna repeat that the word professor in the US context, I don't know what that means. Like in Poland, professor means something completely different than the US. The meaning is resistance. I mean, he did say that. He did say that it's just resistance. I mean, we can just Google it. Simple. We can just Google it. Meaning. Intifada meaning. Intifada, Romanized intifada, is an Arabic word for a rebellion or uprising or a resistance movement. Oh, okay. Whoops. Whoops. His status is that the students should not be punished for protesting against genocide. But the thing is that the whole thing about the Trump administration is that he wants to get into Harvard, dictate the curriculum, and punish anti-Americanism, and he wants to investigate every single department and see if they're teaching correct things. That's, wow.
institutions that he feels.
I mean, I said punished, but they should not be attacked is what I should have said. So the Jewish guy was claiming it's a specific event, but it's just an Arabic word for an uprising. Yes, it's just a word for an uprising. It doesn't mean bombing indiscriminately stuff. Okay.
Doesn't agree with his
It
political.
doesn't mean bombing things. Punishment would mean there is some kind of due process. There is none. Yeah, that's true. True. I think I used an incorrect word. He, in his defense, he didn't use the word punishment. I did. He didn't say punishment.
Viewpoint.
I tried to summarize, but he said that basically they are protesting genocide.
The exact same thing with his numerous executive orders targeted towards lawyers, targeted towards law firms, targeted towards the ex-head of CISA. All of these people are being targeted because they have political disagreements with Donald Trump.
Keep in mind, I'm still waiting for people to gather because the main event of the stream is this. Ben Shapiro interview with Zelensky that I want to watch.
That's why Columbia, that's why Harvard are being targeted.
And then while waiting for people, I saw this and why not? We can click on it.
He might use the anti-Semitism thing as the reason to do it, but if you think that somebody's violating some part of his...
I mean, anti-Semitism, at least I know what that is. I have no clue how supposedly anti-Semitism manifests itself in Harvard, but what I'm more worried about is the anti-Americanism thing, because that can mean anything. Well, I'm doing pretty okay today. I ate dinner. Like, anti-Americanism can be anything that the Trump administration doesn't like, and that worries me quite a bit. Although at this point, like the professor said that, rightfully so, that criticizing or even protesting against the Israeli government is not the same as anti-Semitism, and the guy to the left rolled his eyes. But it's basically, and I gave this example to I'm going to be honest, to me it's like a one-to-one comparison. Saying that protesting the Israeli government is anti-Semitism is like saying that protesting or criticizing an African government is anti-black racism, or that criticizing or protesting against the Polish government is anti-Polish, anti-Slav hatred. Hello, Leaving Marks. Are you new to this stream? I've never seen this name before. But yeah, it's ridiculous to say that the criticism of a government of a state is equals discrimination against a group. It's ridiculous because it sort of implies that the government somehow personifies the group itself. And so, I mean, it's the same logic, right? Like the Trump administration will say that opposing it will be anti-Americanism because they embody what the American idea is in their mind. Oh, how did you find this stream, Leaving Marks? How were you made aware of this stream? Do you know who I am? Do you know me? So yeah. I don't know, your Discord basically presents Sunday into the fold. Oh, so how are you liking the stream right now? I'm Lucy Haza, biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer that does politics, history, languages, sometimes in gaming. And also I travel to Ukraine to do interviews with the organization, or rather soon organizations that rescue kidnapped children from Russia. So yeah, I'm hoping I have gained a new viewer because I'm trying to build a viewership always, all the time, every single day. I'm doing this short stream in the middle of the day. We'll be watching this, and then we'll be watching the Ben Shapiro interview with Zelensky, which I expect to be a disaster. My main specialty recently, well, usually is covering the war in Ukraine. Since I live in Poland, it's a thing that is pretty close. Let's just say. You like Destiny? I cannot say that I do. I've never spoken to him either. Destiny is actually one of the few streamers that I've never ever spoken to in any context. I've spoken to most streamers, but I've never spoken to him.
The Civil Rights Act, if you think that a school is acting in some way that's criminal, then go through the criminal process. This administration has demonstrated time and time again that they completely disregard process, they don't care about rule of law, and that they will do whatever tactics they can to bring people.
But he's not saying incorrect things, even if, like, you cannot like somebody, but you can recognize that they're saying things that are not complete, you know. Because to me, this is like not a really complicated thing to be on the right side on when it comes to, hey, should a government just enter a university and dictate what it should teach and not teach, and decide that based on that the curriculum should be based on a vague concept called Americanism, and that anything that does not that does not agree with this Americanism should be punished.
Underneath their influence, and to try to crush them until they have to go along with whatever the Trump administration likes, such as, for example, the recent law firms that have now donated over $500 million of pro bono work. work to take themselves out of the crosshair of the administration. Again, like we can go back and forth all day about. I mean, I think it's undeniable that there is a massive undercurrent of anti-Semitism with a lot of the protests at these colleges, but I thought the conservatives said that we should never have hate speech laws, that we shouldn't outlaw hate speech. If people want to protest, if people want to be anti-Semitic, if people want to be anti-Palestinian, if people want to be racist or hateful, you have the right to be that. If you think that an administration is doing this or facilitating this in a way that's violating their obligations under any kind of federal statute, then hold them accountable as such. Don't come out here with these open letters and pretend that you're following some process when it's really just a form of political bullying.
Okay, let's move. Ahmed, really quickly before we move on.
If I can, Melinda, I'll be brief. I just want to correct the record. I mean, intifada, certainly. I mean, you said that the reason people hate professors, Shabbos, is because they interrupt. I interrupted you because you are misleading and you are spreading misinformation and you don't understand clearly what the intifada is. You claim it's about the indiscriminate murder of Israelis. That's not the case. I don't want to get bogged down in it, but I want to clarify it. Intifada is an Arabic word that literally means shaking off. And in the Palestinian context, it's understood to mean a civil uprising. In fact, the first Palestinian intifada erupted in Gaza after 4 Palestinians were killed when an Israeli truck collided with 2 vans that were carrying Palestinian workers. As for indiscriminate and your use of that word, I think
I'm just gonna say that the word intifada, as I understand it, isn't just a pretty neutral word, right? In the sense that it means a rebellion or an uprising, and a rebellion or an uprising can take many forms. It can be, a peaceful protest is a form of resistance, but to some, suicide bombing is a form of resistance. So I would think that intifada can take many different forms depending on how the people that do the resistance decide to execute it, right? It's not a word that is loaded with any sort of specific action. It just means a type of resistance, right? It doesn't specify what sort of resistance it is. Just like the word, I guess, war does not specify if it's an invasion, if it's 2 countries declaring war. It's there's a lot of things that are not specified within the word itself. So it is not correct to say just, oh yeah, this word is about bombing and killing people in this particular place.
all 3 of us, hopefully, well, at least Melinda and the other.
I hate how Destiny convinces his audience he's making a real world impact, and opposition to him is to support the enemy. He's not far off being a cult leader. I mean, I can see a very big benefit to being a streamer that can direct funds to good causes,
Guest who, is not deluded by misinformation and peddling propaganda can agree, like the United Nations, like all human rights groups, that Israel has been indiscriminately bombing Gaza and targeting children, doctors, journalists, UN staff, foreign workers. Anyway, Melinda,
actually a Polish volunteer worker has been killed by Israel, and Israel said that they will absolutely not send any compensation to the person's family. So, oops. It's been a source of tension between Poland and Israel, actually.
This is happening, and I hope we can discuss this as well, because I think it was an interesting point that the last guest brought up. This is happening across the U.S., where the Department of Homeland Security is also simultaneously combing through social media accounts of 1.5 million foreign students, searching exclusively for, quote, anti-Semitic activity. And even though the previous guest said, and the reason I put it in quotes is because when we say there is massive evidence of anti-Semitism amongst the protesters. Let's just distinguish. Anti-Semitism is not simply calling for the dismantling of the Zionist state. That is not
Indeed.
anti-Semitic.
And we are going to come to that combing of social media in our next segment, but I just quickly want to get a little bit of time on our second segment about this politicizing use of language. We're going to focus on anti-Semitism, but I really want to make it clear to our guests, to our viewers, we're not in any way diminishing the stark rise in anti-Muslim rhetoric or the hate crimes associated with that. But for the purpose of this specific discussion, we're focusing...
First, I would like to know what the dismantling entails.
On anti-Semitism, because this is the key justification used by the Trump administration to take actions against...
I would say Jimmy Savile did a lot for charity, but didn't take away from the crimes he did. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say that you don't have to do horrible stuff to be a streamer. You know? It is physically possible to be a streamer, have an actual audience, and you know, to be able to move funds without doing bad stuff. It's not I don't think it's necessarily a package that has to be, you know, includes the bad things. Dismantling usually means, in this context, something similar to as South Africa's apartheid regime went through. Or if you want to see another example of dismantling a state regime, see 89, 90s change in Eastern Bloc. Okay, yeah. If that's the case, then I'm absolutely for it, yeah. If that is what dismantling means, and let's be honest, the Polish People's Republic government was absolutely dismantled, then yeah. Like Poland, I don't think even considers itself the continuation of the Polish People's Republic. It, technically speaking, considers itself the continuation of the so-called Second Polish Republic. So I guess in that case Israel would have its governmental and system structure dismantled and just continue as something else. But it doesn't mean that everybody living there would have to be kicked out, or because that's what people usually, that's the conclusion that people usually come to. But if we're talking about an equivalent of what happened in the Eastern Bloc, then yeah, I would say that I'm in favor of that sort of thing happening, especially considering what is happening in Israel right now. God. And that is not a thing that is just a problem of a single administration. It's a system that allows this sort of administration to come. So just changing the administration and praying that another administration like this does not happen is, in my opinion, very naive thinking. You know? The fact that this sort of thing could come about means that there is something within the Israeli system itself that just allows it to happen. And that should be addressed rather than just a single Netanyahu administration. It's not a matter of changing the administration. It's a matter of a serious rebuilding, like what happened in the Eastern Bloc. We're gonna have to look into this further. I'm planning for this stream not to be super long, but I do want to look into people disappearing. I want to read some stuff on it. I feel like I've not been keeping up enough. Interesting.
Against universities and students. So Destiny, let me start with you. Do you think that...
Because that is like the basic well, one of the basic rights of a free country, being able to protest. And there are voices like one of the biggest political pundits, Asmongold, that would see protests shut down and protesters locked in jail because they inconvenience others. So, like, that is I think that is the most anti-freedom position that you can hold. That info from before most news picked it up from my US philosophy teacher friend, who is Jewish, by the way, and protesting against Israel. Oh, wow. Would they be willing to come on and talk to me about it? I assume they speak English, so would they want to come on a stream and talk to me about? Oh, well, that's sad. I'd love to talk to them. Oh, so they would not appear. Okay, they would not agree to appear. Would they agree to an off stream conversation that I just recorded? I don't think so. You can lose your job for these now, Lucy, or worse. Oh, well, never mind then. Never mind then. Yeah, that's true. Okay. It's a bit sad though. It would be great to be able to talk about these things with somebody. I mean, yeah, that is the state of the US. That is the big problem. Like, the US government is openly saying we're going to investigate every single department in this university, and we're gonna see if they are teaching anti-Americanism or not teaching anti-Americanism, and we're gonna you know, they're gonna be punished if they are teaching or doing something that's anti-American. And I'm like, what? That's insane. That's crazy. If the government can just feel like it can throw an extremely vague word like anti-Americanism, which in practice means saying anything that opposes our administration, and then we're gonna punish you for it. So your professor's experience basically falls under the same category. They would be accused of spreading anti-Americanism.
Rail or maybe anti-Netanyahu bias at US universities is being conflated with anti-Semitism.
Yes, I am really against the conflation of anti-Semitism with anti-government, you know? Because again, if somebody went and was against an African country's government, would you say, oh, you're being racist against African people? I don't think anybody who would be serious about a topic like that would say that. Oh, you're criticizing this government in Africa, therefore you must hate African people. You must hate black people. Okay, we will read this. We will read this maybe at tonight's stream. We will look into this further. We will look into this deeper.
I want to be ultra crystal clear here. I think in the United States of America, you have a constitutional right to be anti-Semitic. If you want to do a protest and you want to say burn Israel to the ground or I hate Jews or whatever, you absolutely have the right to do that. Okay? I think that should be a protected right. It's part of why our First Amendment is so expansive.
By the way, I don't agree with that sort of thing. Okay? There are parts of America's free speech that I don't necessarily agree that hatred against whole groups of people should be protected by law, okay? You could say the same about the way Hitler was perceived in school. It's always viewed in the victor's perspective. I have no clue what that means. Chuck, don't do it. How he was perceived in school, where? When he was alive? By the art school that did not admit him? How he was perceived in school when you learn about World War II and Hitler? What are you talking about? But having a cult following does help you get away with things. I mean, I'd like to grow my audience, but I don't think I'd like a cult following, quote unquote. Oh God. Okay.
So with that in mind, so I'm opposed to all the actions that the Trump administration is taking right now to bully these universities. With that in mind, there's absolutely an undercurrent of anti-Semitism here. Now, for whatever reason, Israelis have not learned how to speak the language of the West anywhere near as much as all of their critics say that they have, and Palestinians have mastered the language of the West. That's why we just got a 10-minute explanation on how intifada definitely just means civil uprisings, despite the fact that the last guest very clearly mentioned the first intifada, which was more of a civil uprising, to distinguish it from the second intifada, which was the indiscriminate killings and bombings of civilians and soldiers alike.
I mean, yeah, I've explained it. Destiny is an intelligent person, as an intelligent thinker, or whatever, should know that rebellion or uprising isn't just... Like when you say rebellion, you don't mean a specific thing. And a rebellion or an uprising or a resistance isn't a specific type of action that is violent or non-violent, right? It can take many different... There can be a very, very bloody uprising. There can be a very bloody rebellion, okay? The Khmelnytsky uprising was extremely bloody. It involved massacres, pogroms, and what have you. It was still a rebellion. It was still an uprising. And you cannot tie a broad word and just attach it to a single event that has the traits that you don't like, and then reverse engineer it from there and say, therefore, these brutal events of this specific event are synonymous with the word. That makes no sense. It's silly. It's silly to do so. It's a basic failing in, I don't know, logic, I guess, to do such a thing.
Across all of Israel. That's why the majority of Israeli deaths were civilians. That's why almost 1,000 people...
Yeah, of course, the first one will be separated from the second one because they're different. Not because, this is whatever. It's not complicated.
Died, and even the majority of deaths on the Palestinian side were Palestinians killing other Palestinians because they were suspected collaborators of the IDF. So there is absolutely an undercurrent of violent thought there. There's absolutely a weird...
There's not an undercurrent of violent thought in the word itself, okay? That's like saying because resistance can be violent, there's an undercurrent of violent thought in the word resistance. Resistance can be peaceful, resistance can be violent, okay? Resistance is just resistance. It's ridiculous to say that because a type of rebellion or resistance can be violent, that means that there's just an undercurrent of that within the thing, the very word itself. It's silly.
Weird equivocation being played on some of the words and a lot of word games that's being played. So for instance, somebody will say the dissolution of the state of Israel isn't anti-Semitic, but then when you ask them what that means, they'll say, well, it should be a single state where Jews are a super minority in the region. And then when you ask them, okay, well,
no,
what if people start enacting anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish
rights, regardless
just
of
a moment. I want to turn this over.
Just to be clear, though, that would be a Jewish minority, though. That would be a Jewish minority.
No, but like in the U.S., Destiny, let's just be honest.
The United States, though, but the United States isn't full of people that have spent the entirety of the last 100 years attacking Jews the same way that the Arab states have, right?
I'm sorry. No, that's factually incorrect.
Which part of that was factually incorrect?
When Jewish immigrants started
That
coming,
is a very weak argument, considering that we should, like, so what? So what about all the European countries, including Germany, when Jewish minorities exist? When, in all these European countries where countries try to kill Jewish people for far longer than 100 years. The Holocaust happened in Europe.
from Europe, they were welcomed with open arms by people like my grandparents, who were then ethnically cleansed, as you know, the Nakba in 1948.
So they weren't always welcomed with open arms. There were times where they were welcome, and there were times where, as early as 1920 in Iran, there was a massacre of Jewish people. These happened all across the Palestinian Mandate. There was a reason why in 47, the whole reason why Israel eventually declared independence was because all of the Palestinians there tried to do a civil war and lost, and then all the Arab states joined in war and lost. This is where all this happens.
I don't know.
In 48 and in 67 and 73, there was a massive exodus of Jews from all of the surrounding Arab countries because of their pogroms, because of...
I mean, that feels like just galloping history, okay? I feel like they should focus on one event in history and sort of get more into it instead of just trying to list 50 historical events in a row. Yeah, and then Hungary, anti-Semitism still strong with Orban Viktor. Yeah. Like this, just, he's just bombarding him with very quick succession events without even getting into how it all went down. Just... And I just... That is such a weak argument to me, the minority majority thing. It is because no countries with minorities should exist then, if there's this standard that if a group was targeted for discrimination, like, what about the United States and black people? What's up with that? How long was slavery in the US? Only thing Destiny is interested in is to prop up his intelligence with well-crafted fallacies. Or Roma in many European countries. What is this weird standard of if a group was targeted, they cannot possibly not be a majority because reasons, and that rule only applies to Israel and nowhere else on earth? Like, this is so silly. This is weak. Hungary must be truly pro-free speech country. This is the exact type of free speech that MAGA wants in America. I mean, unironically, we can see Trump sort of crafting a Hungary-like system. So that was sarcasm. That was sarcasm. Vladimir said that it's the same free speech country that MAGA wants to build. So what Vladimir is saying is basically that Hungary is not pro-free speech and that America is trying to copy the model, which I sort of agree. That the United States is speed racing to copy the Hungarian model of governance, at least to some degree. Hey, where's the Roma ethnic state in the Middle East? So yeah, what Vladimir is saying is, the exact opposite. That Hungary is not pro-speech, and that America is trying to go the same way. All right, let's continue.
Other types of discrimination that Jews were facing due to Israel. This is basic history. Of course, the Palestinians will rewrite the history here. It matters. We should be deporting
Palestinians are not.
I mean, yeah, that is what happens with populism. But yeah, I would say that the U.S. is trying to Trump's administration is trying to, at least to some degree, parrot the Hungarian model. I
The United States because of these viewpoints, but
Destiny,
at least for Orban, it brings results. And let's remember, Trump has been on record praising Orban. So
it's important that we
yeah, that's because that's because the United States is the United States, and Trump's position within the government is different than Orban's. Like, I feel like Trump can get away with more than Orban, frankly, to be quite honest with you. If Orban would just blatantly try to do certain things that Trump is doing, then it might just not end for him as well. But the environments are different. The political systems are, I think, a little bit different. The things that Trump can do and the power that he wields is a little bit different than what Orban has. So they have to navigate these things differently. Not in the exact same way. We just need to realize that the word free speech changed its meaning, especially in America. True. Yeah, we should talk about it. It's interesting. It's interesting, and it's, well, pretty pressing as it turns out.
we don't deem.
Yeah, I don't think Orban would get away with sending people to camps. That's the thing. I think Orban has to do a lot more in careful navigating. Like he hasn't used violence against protesters as far as I understand, right? And Trump has. During his first term, he has used violence against protesters. So
demonize the Arabs who were threatening the Jews. The reason that the Jews were so threatened historically, not to suggest that they weren't in the Arab world as well, was primarily the same reason we see Germany and the rest of Europe not moving, despite them having an obligation to prevent the current genocide. It involves the guilt that they feel because of the fact that they were the ones.
I'm pretty sure Trump used gas against protesters just to pass through and show the Bible on camera. So, you know, like they navigate these things differently because they can get away with completely different things. Yeah, political credit, taking about police violence into, yeah. And unlike, okay, I will say this as well, right? Because I think this is important to note. Unlike Trump, okay, it's not always the way it works out, but at least, unlike Trump, Orban tries to put on a facade of a respectable politician that sort of wants to talk with people and come to some agreements. And Trump's like, my way or the highway. That's a pretty big difference between those two.
That genocided and ethnically cleansed the Jewish people. And that's why it was, maybe something that they would support to send. It was a very convenient thing for them to send Jewish people away from their land and to, the Holy Land. And so I was just taking issue with the fact that when people say Zionism
have
or
the Arabs not been trying to cleanse the Jews from the Middle East since at least 1936?
I'm sorry, what? No, they weren't. No, they haven't been. The Arabs as a...
Yeah, they do describe, like, I've had a friend in Hungary, and he said that there are certain things that the Fidesz party does for him.
Monolith, we're trying...
Okay, let's bring in Shabos. Shabos, respond to what both of our guests there have been debating about. Talk us through it. What's your point of view?
And yeah, speech. Just,
Sure, but first I need to make a broad point. There's only one professor on this panel, and it's a professor who keeps interrupting. I mean, this is why higher education is so flawed these days.
I'm going to interrupt and say I'm not a professor.
Viewers need to hear three distinct perspectives. That is their right, and we can't do it if people.
So who has the echo?
Thank you for proving my point. You need to listen to other people and have basic respect. And if you don't want to agree with me, fine, but just stop interrupting. It's like childish. It's just childish. This is why young people are just so fed up with these institutions. Just stop interrupting. Jesus. So here's the point. I couldn't agree with...
Everybody interrupts each other all the time. It's silly.
Destiny more. There should not be hate speech laws. Anti-Semitism is constitutionally protected speech. Islamophobia is constitutionally protected speech. Racist speech, sexist speech, it's abhorrent. I condemn it, of course, but it's protected. Jewish students, myself included, are not asking for special treatment under the law. We're asking for equal treatment under the law.
What's happening? A debate about universities. The United States government decided that it can just go into a university and decide, oh, this university has to teach Americanism. We will investigate every single faculty, every single department, and we will see if they're not teaching anti-Americanism. And I guess if they do, we will shut them down. It's a very, very dangerous situation, in my opinion, because in practice, anti-Americanism means doing anything that the Trump administration does not like, from teaching woke things, quote unquote, to criticizing the government in any way. I'm not a professor, it's a fact. I mean, again, when I hear the word professor, I think of something completely different. I'm sorry, my mom is calling. Like when I hear the word professor, I think of a completely different thing than when the word professor is used in the US. Because again, in the US, professor just means a lecturer, as far as I understand it. And in Poland, that's basically the highest achievement you can get in education, in academia. Like you have to really work your ass off to get a title of professor. It's like a big deal. Being a professor is a big, big deal in Poland. Isn't that right, Lettuce? Can you confirm that being a professor in Poland is a pretty big deal, especially a zwyczajny professor? I believe that probably the education system in Ukraine is basically the same in that regard. Yeah, and when I hear professor in the US is just a lecturer at a university. It's just no big deal. So they're completely different things.
Law. And Destiny brought up this point of there should be criminal proceedings, and that's actually what we're doing. So we filed a lawsuit against Harvard last year. It's the first lawsuit in American history pertaining to the civil rights violations of Jewish students on a college campus to actually go to trial. Harvard filed two separate...
Polish and Ukrainian fighting in the chat. Historical wounds being... Historical grievances are playing out in the chat. Professor in Poland has to be a doctor first, then get a job at union, get promoted to a professor. Yeah, and then there's Professor Nadzwyczajny, who gets upgraded to Professor Zwyczajny, Belwederski or something. I'm not sure if the system still goes that way. But yeah, it's a whole procedure. That's why my grandfather was so proud of being the highest type of professor in the land, that he could teach at any university. As a professor, that he used to go to different countries in the world and also lecture as a professor. It's a really long road, and that's why when I see streamers that are like, I'm debating a professor on this topic, and then I see the debate and it's just a young guy with a degree, basically, professor. I'm like, okay, I just used the word completely differently.
separate motions to dismiss, and that was rejected. In fact, the
Be professor abilitowany, which isn't a doctor or anything, just gets a professor job. Yeah, and there's a professor uczelniany that is, just that has the title of professor only in that specific university, but when he's not teaching in that university, they're not teaching in that university, they're not a professor anymore. It's it's a whole thing, Uczelniany professor.
Judge Richard Stearns, even wrote that it would be dubious for Harvard to try to hide under the First
But
Amendment.
let's not get into the weeds of the Polish education system.
When almost everything we were
And
entailing
again, I'm pretty sure Ukraine has it's the same.
had nothing to do with speech, and it had everything to do with criminality. It had everything to do with action. It is a big fiction, and it's a damning indictment on the mainstream media that they have concocted this narrative whereby we can only defend Jewish students or we can only defend speech, when the two are not in conflict with each other at all. And if you're so concerned about speech, then I would actually encourage you to look at the letter that the Federal Anti-Semitism Task Force and the Trump administration put out and released at Harvard, and it said you have to have viewpoint diversity, because right now a Harvard Crimson study found that 97% of the Harvard faculty identify as liberal. And I'm sort of a liberal, but I know that that's really not good for higher education when all the professors think one way. If you look at the Anti-Semitism Task Force letter, they say that you can only have merit-based admissions criteria, as opposed to asking people their sexual orientation, their racial identity, their socioeconomic background. The letter also says you have to ban masks because protest.
I mean, how can you not ask about the social economic background if it directly affects merit, quote unquote? Because those with a more fortunate social economic background will have access to more additional lessons, to more, it's pretty basic. That's actually, that is one of the most important things to ask about when going for a candidate, their social economic background. Because that will tell you what sort of opportunities they had that brought them here. What sort of, did they have time to study a lot? Did they have money to get extra activities, lessons? Were they, if the school is far away, did they have parents that rode them there? Did they have to get an extra part-time job to help support the family instead of doing things that could bring them closer to having more quote-unquote merit to get into the university? This is ridiculous. This is just stupid. This is brain-dead logic. Oh, don't ask about the social economic background. Just do merit. Okay, that's just play it by merit.
Protesters continuously say wear a mask so you can't be held accountable for your actions.
Again, this very vague and unspecified word that you cannot really get a handle on. Merit. Because merit can mean so many different things.
These are basic reforms. And again, if any institution don't want to do these reforms, that is their prerogative. They don't have to do them. All it means is that the federal government won't be subsidizing them. And again, I don't understand why this suddenly became controversial, because we're talking about corporations and elitist institutions with billions and billions of dollars. As it pertains to Israel-Palestine specifically, the idea that the Intifada simply means shaking off is ludicrous. Sieg Heil simply means hail victory, but we know what the obvious historical connotations are, which is why, before he was killed, Yahya Sinwar went on Al Jazeera and said explicitly that it would be a great thing for everyone on college campuses to call for the free Palestine from the river to the sea. Because even though that's constitutionally protected speech, it was pretty clear that freeing Palestine from the river to the sea meant the destruction of the Jewish state from the Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea. So we can't pretend that there are these innocuous or well-meaning students who don't actually know what they're talking about, and they believe. You have to stop interrupting me. It is unbelievable. You're like, how old are you? It's unbelievable.
All right, well then I'll do the interrupting. I'll hand it over to Ahmed.
Innocent, innocuous students
Ahmed,
don't know what they're
let's go.
talking about, and they believe in this peaceful coexistence.
He asked me a question. Can I answer the question?
Go ahead, Ahmed.
Lucy, so you're saying that out there in Poland there's a common professor and uncommon professor also. What's next variety of professors exist out there in Poland, epic and legendary professor? Actually, believe it or not, the common professor is the higher rank than the uncommon professor. So it's the opposite. The common professor is actually the higher rank, as unintuitive as it sounds on first glance.
Ed?
You asked me how old I am. I'm 40 years old. And I interrupted you by
Younger than me! Younger than me! He looks older than me. He's younger. Oh my god. He is younger than... Oh no. He's younger than me. Holy crap. 1 year, but still younger than... Oh my god. Wow. Damn. That hurts.
saying that's not true, because it is our job to make sure, whether as a guest or a panelist, that when lies and misinformation is being spread, that I challenge it. You said earlier, Shabbos, interestingly enough, quoting you verbatim, Jewish students are asking for equal treatment under law. That is exactly at the heart of the movement to liberate the Palestinian people from oppression, occupation, and apartheid. Because as I'm sure we can all agree, Palestinians...
I'm 41. I became 41 this year, in February.
Students, journalists, doctors, mothers, inside of Israel...
Wow, why wow? Why, do I look younger than 41?
inside of the West Bank and Gaza are simply asking for the same thing. Why not treat them equally under law? And by the way, when you bring up, from the river to the sea and how we can understand that to mean that they want to genocide the Jews, that is your interpretation and you're using that for certain reasons. That is also in the Likud charter. So when Netanyahu and others say it, including Jewish people on campus, they're not penalized, they're not prosecuted, it's not controversial. But when Palestinians who have suffered from decades of oppression, occupation, and ethnic cleansing, as we're seeing in our feeds every day, simply say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they're talking about their historical land, which has been taken from them. Now, I don't want to get sidelined into how old I am and why I'm interrupting you when you're spreading misinformation. What I want to agree with Destiny on is that we are seeing, this purge of voices, not voices that are anti-Semitic, but voices that are challenging Israel's countless war crimes. Today, students and professors are even being detained, disappeared off the streets, not because...
Nah, I thought you were in your 50s.
because of crimes, but simply because they dare speak out against their tax dollars being used to commit genocide. Let's look at the Texas legislature. They passed a law requiring public and charter schools to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Under this law, even a measured critique of Israel's occupation of the West Bank and its massacres, the daily massacres in Gaza. It's not, these are not opinions that I have about these massacres. These are hard, cold facts. That they're killing or injuring 100 children a day since they violated the ceasefire. That's the United Nations.
I mean, that is the most densely populated area, right?
But maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if Shabbos thinks, like Israel and everyone else, that the United Nations is Hamas. The point is, Melinda, teachers and students are being disciplined, being disappeared, for even recounting the historical reality of the creation of Israel, which is a history rife with documented massacres of Palestinians and acts of ethnic cleansing. And not only does this directly violate the Constitution and First Amendment, but it also violates the spirit of academic freedom that I think is so coveted by so many people around the world when it comes to higher education in the US. So Melinda, I think we must ask if the goal of the Trump administration was really to combat real anti-Semitism, which I admit is a major issue, not just...
Will the Trump administration butcher higher education? That is pretty... I think it is a pretty big and real danger.
In the United States, around the world. Why are we not prosecuting the KKK or the neo-Nazis chanting hateful slogans at Charlottesville? It's because this isn't about protecting any community or any human beings in the US. It's about shielding Israel a rogue state that is committing genocide from any accountability
I can
for
agree
its
there,
crimes
yeah.
against humanity.
Okay, I'm going to bring Destiny in on that comment in just a moment, but Shabos, I saw you raising your hand, so I'll give you a quick right of reply, and then Destiny, I've got a question for you on what Ahmet just said.
His water gets censored. He protects himself from
Sure.
being
Well, first of all, I
seen
pointed out I
as
wanted to
from-
correct the record, but I patiently waited for my panelists to finish speaking as opposed to interrupting. The IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, definition of anti-Semitism does not in any way criminalize criticism of the State of Israel. Take it from someone who was in the State of Israel last month speaking at a conference run by the Israeli government and used the opportunity to criticize the Israeli government. The idea that there is some nefarious actors out there who are creating legislation that penalizes criticisms against a state is ludicrous. Again, if you ever go to Israel, you would know that it is essentially a national pastime to criticize Israeli policies and the Israeli government. No one is saying that speech should be criminalized. And by the way, as Destiny's point already articulated, there are protections for free speech, whether it's anti-Palestinian or whether it's anti-Semitism.
I mean, let's remember that before the attack on Israel, October 7th, let's just remember that before the attack, Netanyahu was in the middle of dismantling the courts, or rather sort of bending them to his will, so
should be protected. The people who are being prosecuted or the institutions that are being sued against has nothing to do with speech. It has everything to do with...
Read Israeli opposition newspapers and how much they are in danger to be silenced. And yeah, I will say, like, I don't know how Jewish Polish community translates to Jewish people living in Israel. They don't have to necessarily translate one-to-one. But in my mind, there's a difference in having a pastime of sarcastically doing snipes at the government and, oh wow, we're doing all these sarcastic snipes, it's our pastime and we don't get punished, and actually doing a real substantial pushback against the government. I think there's a meaningful difference between these two things. Look, all these people, their pastime is basically, doing those, sarcastically criticizing the government. They don't get punished. Well, yeah, that's because it's not the same, The professor who's not a professor already mentioned the targeting of journalists.
Conduct and criminality. This is not really a debate on Israel's actions in the Middle East, although I'm happy to come back and talk about it. The issue that we're discussing today are rogue institutions like Harvard, Penn, Columbia, UCLA, you name it, that have taken American...
I cannot believe that Harvard is being called a rogue institution.
...taxpayer dollars, and then have used those dollars to fund programs, to fund speakers that are anti-American, that don't hold our values.
I have no clue what that means. Again, what does that mean to hold anti-American values? What are those anti-American will anybody get into any specifics about that? Because so far I keep hearing about this ever elusive anti-Americanism and I still have no clue what it even is. Wow. We definitely cannot watch that video on stream, but oh wait, no, I've seen no. If it's the footage that you're talking, yeah, I've seen it, and people have watched it on stream. Yeah, I've seen. It was more than one. It was more than one person who was beaten up, by the way. On that video, it was more than just one Orthodox Jewish person who was beaten up. There were quite a few were beaten up on that particular video.
In many cases violate the law, like the United States Supreme Court found just 2 years ago. Harvard was discriminating against Asian Americans, and those institutions should finally be held accountable, whether it's under the guise of anti-Semitism, whether it's under the guise of cutting government waste, whether it's under the guise of institutional...
I have no clue what discriminating against Asian Americans means. I guess only it's possible that he's talking about it in the context of affirmative action, but I've already debated that whole thing, and there's no discrimination against Asian Americans.
reform. At the end of the day, there is an obvious alignment that we have corrupt institutions that don't serve the interests of the American people, and it is in our own best
Again, this is just noise. This is just noise. I'm going to be honest, this is noise that sort of borders on the conspiratorial. There are these big bad elites that are anti-American, and we should do something about it. I'm not going to go into detail. Like, okay, you just said nothing. You took a whole lot of time to say basically nothing that can be substantially responded to in any way.
To reform those institutions. It's a relatively
apart from the fact that you're just saying vague conspiracy.
Simple argument. At its core, the showdown is between Harvard insisting on violating the civil rights of Jews and the Trump administration saying, fine, we're just
How is Harvard violating the civil rights of Jewish people? Like, they never get into details. They just operate on slogans, and I hate it.
To fund those violations of said civil rights.
We're going to come to American values really shortly. Destiny, let me just ask you, I want you to respond to something that Ahmet was talking about. Is there a sense that the Trump administration is prioritizing anti-Semitism over other forms?
It doesn't matter where I was. I want to know what they mean when they talk about things.
Of hate speech, even though we have said, yes, it's protected under the First Amendment, it doesn't mean it's okay. Is there a priority on that particular type of hate speech over other forms, do you believe?
Also, there are a lot of people practicing Islam in the United States without a problem, who are pretty actually pretty patriotic Americans.
Man, I got huge disagreements with both sides of this conversation right now. But
There you go, Destiny here too. Disagree with everybody in the world.
There is an obsession with the anti-Semitic thing, but it's just because Israel plays well with the older demographic in the United States, and Trump sees it as a very safe option to be a full Israeli simp. There's a reason why a lot of people in Israel, and Netanyahu included, have massive support for Trump, because Trump has massive support for Israel. But the issue is Trump is just picking the things that allows him to attack his political opponents. Trump doesn't care about anti-Semitism. He cares that he finally has a good avenue to attack universities through. Again,
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I definitely don't disagree with that Trump does not care about anti-Semitism and that he just wants to, attack the institution.
If we felt like this was a huge issue across schools in the United States, then do like Shabbos is doing, then sue them, take them to court, have the DOJ file a case against them for some kind of wrongful thing. He keeps referring to the Supreme Court decision, getting rid of affirmative action. That went through the courts. It was a Supreme Court decision. And then Harvard and all the other universities in the United States.
Which is a shame, by the way. Affirmative action was not the thing that everybody characterized it as, but that's neither here nor there. I don't want to go back to affirmative action.
States had to follow through. If we feel like there's something that universities are doing, then don't call out a particular university. Either pass a new law or enforce the laws on the books, or take somebody to court if you feel like they're doing some kind of criminally wrongful action, and actually have that argument in front of the American people. Stop writing these letters to political opponents like he's done with every other political opponent in the United States, whether we're talking about suing news stations for giving interviews or polls that he doesn't like, or whether we're talking about targeting law firms because lawyers worked with political opponents that he didn't like, and now it's targeting schools because they have viewpoints that he doesn't like. We just got rid of the Department of Education because we wanted the government to stop dictating opinions and to stop dictating curriculum to schools. So why is the president targeting these?
Even though the government never did dictate curriculum to schools, because that was not the job of the Department of Education. Does Stephen not know that as well? Does Stephen not know that either? That the Department of Education did not do curriculums for schools? Is nobody educated in the United States on what the institutions actually do and don't do? Really? Unless Destiny knows what it does and he just says that Trump claims to have gotten rid of it because of that. I'll be charitable.
two universities, one of which buckled, Columbia, and wasn't even given any reprieve from the administration's bullying tactics on it. So again, if you feel like it's a problem, go through the correct process. Process is important, essential, I would say.
Shabos, if you think that there is an anti-Israel bias, anti-Semitism...
Okay, we need to speed this up. We need to speed this up at least a little bit.
On college campuses, where do you think that's coming from? Why do you think we're seeing it now? And have we seen it in the past, but we're only talking about it now?
Sure. So again, it's not just to do with an anti-Israel bias. No one is talking about the importance of curtailing speech and people's political opinions. Look, it's obvious that these institutions have a far-left bias, but that's not the issue we're discussing. Where does it come from? Look, at its peak, Harvard...
Far-left bias. Like, again, slogans, slogans, slogans. Slogans upon slogans.
25% Jewish. Today it's 4% Jewish. It's not because Jews got dumber over time. It's because there's been a deliberate and systemic campaign to crack down on the amount of Jews at Harvard University. I'm not saying we're victims in this case, but I am saying that I believe through the DEI process...
I'm sorry, but you have to demonstrate the process. You can't just point at a number and say, therefore, that means that there's a crackdown. You have to demonstrate how the crackdown worked, how it was implemented, who it targeted, etc. You cannot... This is, again, pointing at conspiracy, and I hate it. This is just conspiratorial thinking.
Where you create a victimhood Olympics, where you rank people based on their sexual orientation, their racial identity, their socioeconomic statuses.
And yes, again, social economic status should absolutely be taken into account when looking at applicants to university or school. Yeah, of course, that's like one of the most important things that dictate what sort of opportunities you had for education to get to the place where you are now. You cannot just throw it away to trash. Ridiculous. Like, it is the most ridiculous thing that I've heard today, that you should not take into consideration into consideration the social economic status of candidates. Like, it doesn't matter what sort of access it gives them to education on their own outside of school.
Jews have the misfortune in the United States of being mischaracterized as white. And whether it was 4 babies or 40,000 babies who were beheaded on October 7th, it really doesn't matter, because as my classmates will tell you, as they've told me to my face, resistance is justified when people are occupied. It's the same reason that people my age, people 18 to 26, overwhelmingly support what Luigi Mangione did.
He looks like in his... whatever. He looks like he is in his 30s, but whatever. I'm not even going to go there.
The United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. Why? Because if you are a victim of the society in this really grandiose...
Young people look so old these days.
Way, then you could kind of do whatever you want to get rid of that unjust society. And there is no greater display of injustice. And again, I know the debate is not Israel-Palestine. Happy to come back to talk about that later. But for whatever reason, there's no greater symbol of injustice than the Palestinian people, which is why you have this really bizarre coalition.
Yeah, don't go there, Karasu. You've already... I went there with Jack. I read the documents that Jack provided. Don't even go there. Don't even go to the first Barbary War. It's a whole mess. You'll get into a mess, okay? They will not believe you when you say that it's about trade. I tried. I did my best to convince them of it.
Of far-left socialist groups, of LGBTQ coalitions, of radical Islamic fundamentalists who all kind of come together on campuses in support of the Palestinian cause. And I would say a lot of it has to do with DEI and this insistence that we have to judge people based on race, based on class, based on sexual orientation. And it's interesting, going back to the Supreme Court ruling that Harvard was discriminating against minority students in affirmative action, what's interesting is the next day, Harvard University put out a statement basically saying we're going to curtail the Supreme Court's ruling. So the problem is we don't really have enforcement. And because there's no enforcement of law, the government's saying, well, we're not going to fund it anymore.
Hello, Salrog Vods. Slava Ukraini. Yes, Slava Ukraini. We're going to watch in just a few minutes, we're going to be watching an interview between Ben Shapiro and Zelensky. So we're going to get a lot of... Oh boy. Are you new to this stream, Salrog Vods? Should I introduce myself and what I do? Stephen came unprepared for this interview. Who is blamed for it? He's unprepared. I'm gonna blame Factorial.
Melinda, if I may just correct the record or at least answer.
You're gonna be sleepy in 5 minutes.
Really briefly for me though, Ahmed, before
I've been here sometimes. Oh, what do you think about the stream? How do you like the stream?
I move on to Destiny, please.
Okay, well, go ahead. I don't need to interject if you don't want me to. They just
No, go ahead. We want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I just want to say the reason that, LGBTs and other people, as he referenced, are coming together, it might just be because they're marginalized groups who know what it's like to be so perpetually dehumanized by the political and media establishment. And there's this thing, whether you like it or not, called intersectional resistance, which is people who are marginalized, who are dehumanized, coming together to rally behind each other. Also,
I mean, that's why Jewish people in Europe and Roma people oftentimes got along really well together. Like when my mom went, I don't remember the country anymore, to some country, she spent time with Jewish people that were together with Roma people, and they were like, yeah.
Can add, it seems history is repeating itself. Columbia University, again, where I was a professor and I'm no longer a professor, Shabbos. In 1933, you might know or have studied.
I enjoy your takes. Well, thank you. I hope to see you often, because I'm a budding streamer that is trying to build an audience of people like you.
The Columbia students protested Nazi violence against Jews. And
Karasu, I warned you. I told you I had this conversation. I went through the sources provided by Jack. Their own sources contradicted them. Their own sources provided by them demonstrated that it was about trade. Jack did not believe his own sources, so I'm telling you, I had that whole conversation. I did the whole 9 yards of talking about that particular war. Okay? Yeah, it is documented, and the documents that you presented contradict you, so we've read them on stream out loud. I remember, okay? My memory is not short. My memory is perfectly fine. Gosh. My memory is fine. We went through the documents. Also, I hate to be the person to say it, but religious language can be and often is used to it's used to basically act as a cause to sort of pull away from the actual cause, which was trade. Like you can have a war which is against trade, and then the government say, oh yeah, we're actually doing this because they are infidels. We're totally not doing it because our bottom line is hurting. Totally not, It has absolutely nothing to do with it. I saw you on Pro-Libs Discord, and I also appreciate your pro-Ukrainian opinion, as I'm actively annoyed with the anti-Ukrainian nonsense from the so-called leftist creators. Oh, I'm a leftist creator. I would call myself a pretty super leftist creator. Yeah, I'm pretty left-wing. I'm baffled by so-called left-wing people being anti-Ukrainian, but that's neither here nor there. I guess I'm not even gonna say that it's different for me because I'm Polish, because I feel like I have similarly consistent positions on countries that are very far away from me, like Sri Lanka, Myanmar, or any other places like that. Like, It's ridiculous. Israel-Palestine. Perhaps this I mean Kavanaugh. Oh God, oh Kavanaugh. Is that the guy that is of Irish descent and said that even if people from Ireland would not want to rejoin, he would not care. He would forcibly rejoin them because his family fought for it. Therefore, the current will of the people doesn't really matter. That guy, that leftist guy. And yes, he said it in the context of Taiwan. God, I should read a lot more about Hungarian history. I'm the history person, and I do not nearly enough reading on history. That will change. Don't worry, that'll change. But yes, I'm very glad that you are here, because now we can watch the tankies are the scourge of the left.
And in a stunning reversal, we saw the administration welcome the anti-Semitic Nazi ambassador, Hans Luther. And if you fast forward to today, Columbia students who are protesting not Judaism, not anything related to Judaism, but rather the Israeli state's genocidal war of annihilation in Gaza. And instead of protecting free speech, Columbia invited a former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, who, by the way, in my opinion, is a war criminal based on the fact that he brags repeatedly that he's killed many Arabs in his life, and there's no problem with that. So I just, Melinda, want to make sure that we stay focused on what we were supposed to discuss, which is the sort of surge of repressive measures that are aimed at not silencing dissent against Jewish people.
Like, I hate to say it, but long before October 7, long before the attack, in Israel, when I attended Hebrew lessons in Warsaw, there was a guest from Israel, and that guest from Israel basically told the class and to the teacher, yeah, I think all of those people, Palestinians, they should just all be bombed to hell. They should just be all bombed to oblivion, to non-existence. And we were like, oh, well, okay. That's a bit, Yeah. I don't like comparing. I don't like comparing the things. I like just talking about the things separately, and I don't like because when people compare these things, it often just becomes a silly competition-like comparison thing, and I just don't like it. I want to analyze the things on their own standing without needing to,
people or attacks on Jewish people. So I think it's a misnomer. It's not accurate. It's misleading to suggest that at college campuses, many of these protests are led by Jewish students themselves.
It's not a complete war of annihilation. It's only like 70% of annihilation, because 30% of the building you're still in. Oh gosh.
Especially the ones at Columbia. And you see someone like Marco Rubio. I mean, let's just get to the reason why people are being disappeared. We haven't even discussed that. Mm-hmm. But Melinda, we talk about Mahmoud and the other students who've been disappeared and at Tufts and at Columbia. Well, they're not being prosecuted for any criminal.
Also, just a quick reminder that under Donald Trump, the attacks on the civilian population in Ukraine has just went up. Under the president that keeps saying that he wants to stop the killing. He wants the killing to stop by rejecting the proposal of Ukraine to buy from the United States for $50 billion anti-air systems and missiles to defend the cities. No, he won't do that, but still he is anti-killing.
Conduct. Maybe the other panelists can explain to me. I understand there's an archaic law from 1952 that's granting the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, this broad authority to deport anyone deemed to be a threat to U.S. foreign policy. It's being weaponized against these students Currently, it's being weaponized against students who are pro-Palestinian or Palestinian themselves. But I want to know, what are the...
I still can't get over the story of the two German... I can't get over the story of the two German... just the tourists who were deported because they didn't book a hotel.
crimes? What are the actual crimes? I mean, there's been no evidence of criminal
Putin's out of the deal.
Criminal misrepresentations, even on Mahmoud's green card. All that I believe was offered in support of his case was a 2-page memo by Marco Rubio containing no allegations of criminal conduct, but simply arguing that Mahmoud Khalil should be expelled from America, not just from Colombia, for beliefs that undermine core American interests. What are those beliefs? I'd like to know.
It's interesting that you asked that, because that's exactly what we're going to talk about in our final segment here on Counterpoints. It's no secret
3 minutes.
that Donald Trump and the wider MAGA movement dislike the views that they deem anti-American or hostile to America. And one of the US government's demands to Harvard include reporting students to the federal government who they believe are hostile to American values. And yet it's unclear from what we've heard from the administration thus far who will determine what a hostile view is, and perhaps equally unclear what exactly American values are. So, Destiny, how do you think we should define American values, but how do you think the government is interpreting them in a political way? And should people with hostile views be reported to the government?
There have been, I'm 36 years old, there have been so many different groups that were supposed to be a threat to what it meant to be an American or a threat to U.S. values. It was, when I was growing up, it was illegal immigrants, it was Mexican invaders. After 9/11, it was supposed to be Muslims and Arabs and Islam. Then it was ISIS, and, people have always identified all of these external enemies, usually non-white, that were supposed to come in and destroy this country. When I look at the greatest threat right now to American values in the United States, it is the Trump administration, bar none. Make no mistake, I disagree almost completely with I would call it the pro-Palestinian historical revisionism that goes on their side. But that being said,
I would like to know what the historical revisionist on the pro-Israeli side is.
I mean, we have a current administration that doesn't believe...
I'm an Ukrainian Canadian who is descendant from Ukraine Republic diaspora. Oh, interesting. From which part, if that's okay to ask? Which part of Ukraine? East, west, center? When did your family leave Ukraine?
in rule of law. There is a process, and you need to follow this process. And I can't think of anything more insane to me than deporting students from the United States of America because you have a viewpoint disagreement with them. From a selfish level, these people come in. Oftentimes, they pay full tuition and they subsidize their own students. These are some of the best and brightest students around the world, despite how crazy their political views may be. And also, as a side note, their political views should be a little bit crazy. They're kids. They're, 18 to 22? Who was it?
Eastern Ukraine before the Russia. Okay, that makes, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
An insane person who wasn't picking up Ayn Rand.
You must be really furious with what's going on with the, yeah. Like, I'm just gonna say that even before Trump, the so-called collective West has absolutely dropped the ball when it came to aid. That is one of the things that frustrate me the most when people who are anti-Ukraine say, look, so many billions of dollars have been spent, and yet on this aid, and yet Ukraine is still losing land. Ukraine is still not winning because Russia is so much stronger. To which I have to say, okay, can we discuss not just how many billions of dollars have been spent, even though it's a fraction of what the US has spent on past conflicts, but how much aid has been provided, on what timetable it has been provided, how fast, and in what quantities at a given time, how often the aid was provided in too little amounts, too late, past the critical period when it would be most helpful. Can we discuss all these sort of factors that contributed to the situation that we have found ourselves in right now? Or are we just going to say, oh yeah, billions were spent, therefore Ukraine should have been fine?
or the Communist Manifesto.
Right? Like, can we actually discuss just how much the so-called collective West has failed Ukraine during this war, even though it likes to pat itself on the back? The fact that North Korea, Iran, and China, as it happens, have proven themselves to be far more reliable allies to Russia than the whole of the collective West to the US. It's incredible. Incredible. Yeah, that is, yeah. Mexico, Canada, who knows what else? The sky's the limit. And the Panama Canal. Don't forget about the Panama Canal. That's also on the agenda. Yeah. That's right. The Budapest Memorandum has just been. If you're referring to the memorandum, then it's just turned into a whole joke on its own. All the deals that the United States have made with Ukraine have turned into a joke, actually. Recent and past.
Or, in the past, about protesting Vietnam or whatever. Like, kids always have radical beliefs, and I think it's worth addressing, where's the external influence on some of these beliefs. I think that's fine to address, but we are throwing away like one of our most important avenues to accessing talent around the world as a result of this administration and the unilateral way that they're going about everything. It's not even done through the entire executive department. It's done from Donald Trump himself. He wills it, he writes it, into an EO, or he has one handed to him, and then he signs it, and then it's carried out. If there are things that you don't like, you have an entire Congress, you have both halves of it with Republican majorities, use them. If you think somebody's breaking the law, use your Department of Justice. They did it with Eric Adams to try to do a quid pro quo with him. They did that successfully. So sue these organizations, sue these universities, charge them with crimes if you think, and then let the cases play out. I can't think of any greater threat to American values right now in the United States than Donald Trump and the way that his administration is just tearing through the rule of law in this country.
Okay, that's it. That's over. So I'm gonna go grab a drink, and we're gonna start watching this incredible epic interview. Okay, we're gonna watch it together. We're gonna analyze it together. Yeah. It is in 1994. Yes. I chose not to. I was wondering if Zadrock was not maybe referencing something else. That's why I added that all deals basically became a joke. Yes, the Budapest Memorandum was 1994. Yes. Yes. That's correct. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be real quick. My puppy is near here. In the dark, I'm gonna try to... Also, this is the right moment for me to say, if you enjoy what I do, if you enjoy my analyses, if you want to help me gather the funds to go to Ukraine and do interviews, then go to this page and consider subscribing or donating. I'll be right back. I'll pet the dog along the way. My dog has been a naughty dog. He started walking the stairs to the upper floor to this house that I'm in, and that's bad because he is still 8 months old, and apparently he could do harm to himself if he decides to jump off the stairs or really quickly run, slip. His bones are not still completely fused because he's still young. They will be fusing till he's 12 months old. So I'm trying to get him to avoid walking on the stairs, but he just started going up the stairs and exploring the upper areas, and now I had to put up a bigger barrier for him not to be able to get, So yeah, I'll be right back. That was a little bit of an update on my dog. Oh, right, that's yes. Muito chefe, muito landlord. Muito chefe, muito landlord. Right, I'm just gonna write something real quick. Alright, I'm back. Let's watch. So much so that Trump will need to ally with Great Putin to fight with the triangle of Canada, Mexico, and Greenland, and Panama Canal. When the interview is released, it was released like, I don't know, today or yesterday or something. It's very recent. It's a very recent interview. It's a fresh, brand new, fresh thing. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Are you new to the stream? How did you find me? I have a lot of new viewers today, I have to say. That makes me pretty happy. I hope you like what you're seeing. I'm happy. All right, let's see.
I've been getting since we released the trailer for my interview with President.
By the way, again, I have no idea why these especially far-right pundits who never discuss Ukraine, never analyze Ukraine, show zero interest in Ukraine, suddenly feel the need to go to Ukraine and interview Zelensky when they have no real substantial knowledge on the conflict. Like, to conduct a successful and good interview on a very specific and pretty, I would say, information-packed thing, you should at least know a little bit about it. You should follow it a little bit. Let's look at Ben Shapiro's channel once again, like Ben Shapiro channel. Like it's pretty silly to me. Let's look at the contents of his channel. Oh, there we go, another. Investigating Putin's brain, Zelensky Part 2. That was just an hour ago released. But let's see. A half-horse Coachella performer and Ryan Gosling in Star Wars. Space Karens. And then I went to Ukraine to interview Zelensky. It's just ridiculous, you know. placing anti-woke garbage alongside a serious, supposedly, interview. People wrongly claim that the war is only 3 years old instead of 11 years old. Is pretty annoying. Hello, Ben Shapiro would have happily taken Russian money. I mean, yeah, it started in 2014 and people don't talk about it enough. That's why when there was this Remembrance Day in Poland, right? In 2024, I went there, I was there live, and the very first thing that the speakers said, okay, this war has not started in 2022, this war has been going on for 10 years, right? That was the very first thing that was said and what it was hammered over and over and over again so that it sinks in.
President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine is, why go to a nation under fire? Why take your crew and take that risk? And the answer is simple, because
oh my God, such a risk taker, such a brave, dare I say, war journalist Ben Shapiro is. Oh, I'm so brave as well that I went to Kyiv. Oh gosh, and I had those conversations and oh wow, Lucy Hazeh is so brave. Oh, why take that risk? Come on, get over yourself, Ben. It's not like you're going to the trenches and talking to soldiers, is it? Although I will say that the next time I'll go, it will be a little bit more dangerous than the last, considering how much Trump has enabled the attacks on civilians to intensify.
truth matters and facts matter. We want you to be smarter and know more things. That's what this show is for. You, our Daily Wire members, deserve the truth. This is the kind of journalism your support makes possible. This is the community that fights for your values. Join us right now at Daily
I reject calling Ben a journalist. We'll see. We'll see how this interview goes. I'm skeptical, okay? Journalism.
Wire.com/
The journalism at Daily Wire. Don't make me laugh.
subscribe. So, last night, Vladimir Putin's Russia blanketed Ukraine with missiles and drones in what was perhaps the largest scale air attack on the country since 2022. One missile apparently now struck an apartment building in Kyiv and killed 9 people and wounded another 63. This, of course, is a war zone. A little bit earlier yesterday, the Trump administration rolled out its proposed outline for a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. This was being negotiated in London. It's a peace deal under which Ukraine would have been forced to accept Russian annexation of Crimea, that's the very southern portion of Ukraine that is on the Black Sea, as well as control of eastern Ukraine. Russia is currently in control of large swaths of eastern Ukraine and has been since 2014.
He's a RW influencer, not a journalist. Apparently, come on, Ben.
It would have removed NATO membership from the table for Ukraine. Ukraine obviously is interested in joining NATO.
That's right, as Big Dixon American, he should go straight up to Kharkiv. I mean, there are actual journalists that basically did go straight up to Kharkiv, okay? It's okay. Anastasia said that when I go to Kyiv next time, she'll hop on a train and meet up with me. A boy of Renaissance. A Renaissance boy.
That an attack on a NATO member would allow for Article 5 invocation, meaning other countries would have to come to Ukraine's defense. The deal would prevent Ukraine from becoming a NATO member. It would have provided little or nothing in the way of security guarantees for Ukraine. So the proposed Trump deal did not obligate the United States to come to Ukraine's defense or even allow for the EU's defense of Ukraine. Maybe they could have, maybe they couldn't have, but that was
I mean, it said that it would support at least, and that it would protect the, the language allowed the United States to weasel out, but it should not mean that we should just treat it as a valid reason for the U.S. abandonment of Ukraine. Like, all 3 signatories said that they would defend the territorial integrity of Ukraine and respect it. I'm so sick of people trying to go, well, technically speaking, the memorandum never actually 100% guaranteed. Oh, I'm not gonna. Shut up.
Unclear. And it also would have full-scale ended sanctions on Russia. So clearly this peace deal gave Russia a bunch of...
The deal was an extortion. I hated it. I mean, that's true. That is true. And it was all for nothing, it turns out. Again, it just makes other countries think, hey, we should get nukes. Like Poland is openly talking about nukes now because of what's happening.
Things that Russia was looking for if it had been accepted by Ukraine. Russia has not accepted a peace arrangement along any of these lines. You should be clear about this. Essentially, the proposal that was published...
We haven't gotten to peace yet, Ben. We have gotten to a ceasefire, which Russia rejected, the unconditional ceasefire for 30 days, rejected. Russia says maybe partial ceasefire, but sanctions must be loosened, broken. Nobody even came close to discussing peace. What was being discussed was a ceasefire and then a partial ceasefire.
Was the United States, Europe, and maybe Ukraine kind of negotiating against themselves because there's no one else at the table right now. Now, Zelensky rejected handing over Crimea legally.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Because there's no... Was the United States, Europe, and maybe Ukraine kind of negotiating against themselves because there's no one else at the table right now.
What? What does that mean? I have no clue what Ben Shapiro means with this. The United States, European, and maybe Ukraine negotiating against themselves. Russia never actually follows their world. Yeah, that is why you have to place security guarantees in place, because you cannot trust the other side, and you need to install systems in place that will not just allow them to break their word. That is why it was was such a good question from Zelensky in the White House when he asked, okay, ceasefire, but what are the security guarantees that will sort of enforce this to actually mean anything?
Now, Zelensky rejected handing over Crimea legally because that would be making a major legal concession without actually getting anything from Russia in return. If you preemptively say Crimea is now part of Russia, you've now said it, and Zelensky doesn't want to do that. He has accepted the Trump proposal for a 30-day ceasefire without any preconditions. That has been true for
unconditional ceasefire, yeah.
weeks. Vladimir Putin has not for 1 second, which is why last night the Russian missiles were falling on Kyiv. They're also falling
we're going to skip over the whole partial ceasefire, okay.
on Lviv, which is in the western part of the country. It was a bad night in Ukraine. Now, Putin, again, has at no point actually given any sign.
I mean, in many cities in Ukraine, every night is a bad night, let's be honest.
He truly wants the war to end. If you want the war to end...
Wait, sorry, what?
No point actually given any sign that he truly wants the war to end.
Okay.
If you want the war to end, the question is, will Zelensky accept an end to the war, and will Putin accept an end to the war? Zelensky has said he will. Putin has given no sign whatsoever that he actually will. Instead...
And Trump already is giving signs that he wants to walk away.
Seems like he's slow playing this thing. He seems to be biding his time, waiting for the United States to pull out of negotiations and out of funding Ukraine entirely.
Yeah.
And that's a bet that could pay off.
And again, the United States has already started signaling that it might.
Given the Trump administration's repeated statements that if no deal is accepted, the United States will simply walk away from the table. Here was Vice President J.D. Vance saying just that yesterday.
There you go. And Rubio said that, Trump said that, not just J.D. Like several people have already signaled at the United States walking away and focusing on other things, quote unquote. You know, like maybe normalizing relations between the United States and Russia. Hold on, my dog is biting on something and I don't trust him. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Where's your... Okay. Fido, yeah. Okay, I have to calm the dog down now. I have to give him some alternative to bite. One moment, and then we'll continue. It hasn't even started and my dog already is wreaking havoc. Okay, hold on. This is... Masz. Gryź to, masz, Fajro, masz, nie, chodź, masz. Faj, chodź. Masz tu. Nie, chodź, nie, chodź, masz. Okay, sorry about that. He is Wolfhound Young, little big rascal. Yeah, he is. Well, you know, you still love him. Even though he is a rascal, I still love him. Consuming books literally. Yeah, I don't remind me. Fido. No, nie. Zostaw. Look what he did to this pillow thing. Look what he did. Can you see it on camera, what he did? Okay, I'm gonna see if you can see it. Look at this. Oh my god, this used to be whole, okay? And now it's like, Jesus. He just ate it. And he's looking at it, he wants it, he wants to... he wants to bite it. Look. He took it! He just stole it from me when I was changing the camera. Wait, hold on. Chodź, daj to, daj. O, nie, daj. Chodź. Okay, put it on a high shelf. Fight! Nie, fight! Chodź tu. Fight! Chodź! Fight! Shut! Oh, he actually listens to this one command. Okay, let's continue. Organizing your rooms. I know, I have to clean up quite soon. Fido! Masz. And now he's biting me because I took away his pillow. Apologies for this. Annie Uki Chick. Hello! Are you a new viewer as well? I have so many new viewers tonight. Hello. I hope you're enjoying this stream, even though, you know, it got derailed by my puppy, who is big, but still a puppy, technically speaking. I can show him maybe. Okay, now he is biting on the thing that he should be biting on. Are you not happy? I am happy, actually. I mean, speaking completely seriously, what am I supposed to do? Like, apart from taking him to training, what can I do? I'm not gonna punish him for something he doesn't understand why it's wrong that he's doing, you know? I would just make him like me less. The only effect would be that he would be scared of me and that he would like me less. I can only give him something that I want him to bite instead of stuff that I don't want him to bite. And that's the extent of what I can do. you know? Like, punishing him is definitely counterproductive. Yeah, he's biting now on the horn. He gets these little bone horns, and I'm give it to him. I'm a lurker. I've been here for a while. I love your little puppy. Thank you. Do you like the streams apart from the puppy content? Aww. I sort of like the idea of him being able to live carefree, like with all the messed up things happening in the world. The idea of being able to just live carefree of anything bad happening sort of gives me a little bit of like a nice feeling, you know? No co taki smutny jesteś? No, ugryź sobie kostkę. Mama. He likes it. Alright, let's continue watching the thing. A vice president speaks.
Echoes something Secretary Rubio said,
Also,
which is
JD Vance is the worst of them. The famous JD, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't even accept their calls, Vance, okay?
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians.
JD, have you ever said thank you, Vance?
And it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
Wait, hold on. I have to listen to this again, because time and time again, all the pressure is being put on Ukraine and none being put on Russia. I'm not even going to the fact that the Trump administration seems to think that Ukraine started the war to begin with.
It's time for
Where's
them
your
to either
suit?
say yes
Where's your suit exactly?
or for the proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians. And it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
Art of the deal, by the way. This is what they see as art of the deal. Like, this is such a negotiation fiasco that I don't even know. This is so pathetic.
Engage in an extraordinary amount of diplomacy, of on-the-ground work. We've really tried to understand things from the perspective of both the Ukrainians and the Russians.
That's why we basically put all the pressure on Ukraine, gave all the concessions to Russia, and brilliant diplomacy, a lot of work on the ground. You're right. Well done. You have worked for your results, I will say that. You have definitely earned the results that you have been working for a while now.
Ukrainians care the most about, what do the Russians care the most about, and I think that we've put together...
No, okay, bullshit. You did not ever give an indication, the slightest indication that you care about what the Ukrainians care about. Don't even try this. Oh yeah, we've so much considered what Ukrainians care about. Yeah. I'm sorry, but maybe it was in some deep undercover secret talks, but publicly I have not seen even the slightest inkling that you've cared. But come on, it's all documented, it's all in the record. Like, we don't live in the pre-internet era anymore. Like, information is just out there all the time. Of all the things, okay. To be fair, even in the pre-internet era, BS like this would be traceable to the traditional media, newspapers and such. So it's just mind-bogglingly ridiculous.
A very fair proposal.
Okay, well, whether the proposal...
Very fair proposal. Ukraine... Like, remember what Trump said recently when asked what concessions will the US expect Russia to make in the name of peace? And Trump said, well, concession number one is that Russia will stop the invasion, and concession number 2 is that Russia graciously did not take over the whole country. What? Are you serious? Those are the concessions of Russia? We know about that little event, right? Very fair proposal, very fair deal. And Russia has no incentive to accept any sort of ceasefire, considering the United States' attitude towards the peace talks. No incentive whatsoever. It only has been incentivized to increase violence against civilians, which it does. Did he even say thank you once? Not even
is
once.
fair or not. If Russia refuses to accept the deal and then the United States walks away, Russia is the party that actually benefits from that. The Trump administration...
Yeah, that's why Russia is incentivized to stall and not agree to any ceasefires right now. Because the United States has all but announced that they will leave if they do.
Administration's pressure right now has been almost solely relegated to Ukraine at this point. That's just the reality.
Unless, there's only one situation in which this would be solvable, in which the United States under Trump, which I doubt what will happen, would say, okay, if Russia will not agree to anything, because Russia seems to be the party not agreeing to anything, we will exit the peace talks and triple the support for Ukraine and quadruple the sanctions. That is the only scenario in which I would see this going in any positive direction. Which, okay, you want us to leave the negotiation? We will, but at the same time, we will arm Ukraine in ways that to borrow Trump's way of talking, we will arm Ukraine in ways in which it has never been armed in the history of the world ever before. But that will not happen. I wouldn't hold my breath.
President Trump unleashed a post on Truth Social yesterday attacking Vladimir Zelensky and blaming him for the continuation of the war. He stated, quote,
and again, I will remind you that when Trump criticizes Zelensky, it's a full-on attack on Zelensky. And when he criticizes Putin, it's Vladimir, stop.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally...
Boosting or boasting?
President Vladimir Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea.
Okay, I've done a whole segment about it, so we don't...
President Barack Hussein Obama, and it's not even a point of just they fight for it to recognize Crimea was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired. Well, if that's true, then nobody's asking for Zelensky to actually recognize Crimea as Russian territory. What's the discussion that's happening? President Trump continues, the area also houses for many years before...
It's ridiculous considering that the United States have pressured Ukraine not to fight for Crimea. Yeah, I agree.
The Obama handover major Russian submarine bases. It's inflammatory statements like Zelensky's that make it so difficult to settle this war. He has nothing to boast about. The situation for Ukraine is dire. We can have peace, or he can fight for another 3 years before losing the whole country. I have nothing to do with Russia, but have much to do with wanting to save, on average, 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week who are dying for no reason whatsoever.
That's also... I've already explained why this is a nonsensical statement, that Ukrainian soldiers are supposedly dying for no reason whatsoever. Like, there's no defending of the homeland involved. There's no trying to prevent another Bucha, Irpin, Izium, Mariupol, and many other places. It's just unrelated.
Statement made by Zelensky today will do nothing but prolong the killing field, and nobody wants that. We're very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now finally get it done. I look forward to being able to help Ukraine and Russia get out of this complete and total mess. Again, this is President Trump saying this. That would have never started if I were president. Unquote. Now listen, President Trump's frustration is clear and understandable. But
no, it's not understandable. It's clear, but it's also stupid. Also, let's remember, he berated Zelensky, and hours later, Russia has launched a huge attack on Kyiv and other cities. People died, and all that Trump had to say about it was, Vladimir, stop. Bad timing. What? Oh, yeah, Vladimir, you're making me look bad. Look, I just berated Zelensky for standing in the way of peace, and now you do this? You should have chosen a different time. Could you not have chosen a different time to do this missile strike? Bad timing. What am I supposed to say to that? Is he gonna get to that part where there was a missile attack and Trump went all bad timing?
Also clear about this. For this conflict to end, Russia has to come to the table. Why is the question what Ukraine is willing to do, when the real question here is why Russian aggression has not stopped for a single moment for 3 years? The American people, obviously, we need to understand just why it is important for Ukraine not to collapse amidst the escalation of Russia's invasion. So, with the Russia-Ukraine war now in year number 3, with tens of thousands of dead on each side and hundreds of thousands wounded, probably 50,000 dead on...
Wait, what do you mean year number 3? Hold on, what do you mean year number 3? 2022, 23, 24, it's year number 4. What? Wait, hold on. Does Ben know how to count? What do you mean year number 3? Year number 3 was last year. This is year number 4. The war lasted for the entirety of 2020. Yes. 2022, 2023, 2024. Now it's 2025. Year 4 of the war. The war lasted the entirety of 2022. From February, the entirety of 2023, the entirety of 2024. It is past February 2025. It's year 4 of the war, not year 3 of the war. What the fuck? Wow. Jesus Christ. We are on year 3. We've lost a year. We've lost an entire year of the war happening. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Can't even count.
On the Ukrainian
Okay,
side,
I have to listen to this again.
with tens of thousands of dead on each side and hundreds of thousands wounded. Probably 50,000 dead on the Ukrainian side, maybe 200,000 dead on the Russian side, with eastern Ukraine and Crimea currently in Russian hands. Now, with the Trump administration obviously trying to end the war through negotiation, we felt that now is a vital time to actually Trump administration on the Russian side, with eastern Ukraine by 50,000 dead on the Ukrainian side, with tens of thousands invasion. So, it is important for Ukraine for years.
Okay.
The
Wait, hold on. What? No! Oh my God! My chair will fall apart and kill him, and he keeps going under the chair. What are you doing? Stop! Stop going under the chair. Stop! Fight! Ben's still living by in 2024. Ah, those were the times without tariffs and disappearings. Okay, I have to calm him down. Fido! This is going to be a nightmare to edit, by the way. Fido! Fight! Stop! Nie, chodź! Fight! Okay, one moment. Okay, I'll continue now. We are on way. Fido is being Fido. Yeah. Oh my gosh. He's gonna learn some Polish words. God, we've lost a whole year of the war. Cannot believe. Fight! Fight! Hutch! 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 Fido! Hutch! Hutch! Fido! Hutch! 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 Chodź. Chodź. No chodź, nie patrz się tylko na mnie, chodź. Okej. Stop. Przesuń się. Okej, masz swój ruch, okej. Dobrze, 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 pies. Stop! Fido. Stop. Cię wyrzucę. Stop. Okay. I'm gonna throw him. I'm gonna get him out of the house, okay? Or something. I cannot. He needs to behave. Look at him. Look at him. I know he does like me because he listens to my commands to a degree, and he has zero training. And apparently if a dog listens to your commands, even if they don't have any training whatsoever, it means that they actually like you, that they don't listen to you because they are trained to obey, but because they actually like you. But it also means that they will not always obey your commands. Okay, I should put him outside. You're right. Zadrak is correct. I'm gonna be right back. Also, consider if you like this stream. I actually live from donations and subscriptions. I'm not gonna lie. This is my livelihood. So consider. Okay, be gentle with me. We've lost a whole year of war somehow. Chodź, łobuzie, chodź, łobuziaku. Okay, I'm back. He's gonna be a bit angry at me, but you know what? I'm doing this for all of you. Exhausting a German Shepherd is gonna be difficult. I know. He's gonna be a bit mad at me. Also, Lettuce, you've missed a whole segment I did yesterday on Grzegorz Braun doing an analysis of Star Wars where he said that the Jedi Knights were the KGB of the universe and Yoda might be Jewish. So there's that's something to look forward to the segment. Yeah, Grzegorz Braun, admittedly it was years ago, did a whole political analysis of Star Wars. where he explained why it's like, yeah. And Luke Skywalker is basically the equivalent of a Soviet boy who was glorified because he told on his father, who was a kolkhoz worker and didn't want to give up all of his grain to the government. Wow. So, yes. Crazy stuff. Also, I watched a piece of the 1995 presidential debate between Wałęsa and Kwaśniewski. I wanted to watch that fragment because they talked about NATO in that. Okay.
American people.
And I really embarrassingly actually forgot that the Polish term lasts 5 years and not just 4. Oh, nice.
Obviously, we need to understand just why it is important for Ukraine not to collapse amidst the escalation of Russia's invasion. So,
I mean, the US does not seem to understand that, not under Trump. Trump does not seem to understand why Ukraine should not collapse. No, it's 5. We can Google it. Ile trwa prezydenta kadencja? Prezydent Rzeczpospolitej jest wybierany na 5-letnią kadencję i może być ponownie wybrany tylko raz. You didn't know that as well. You didn't know that either. You are too tuned into American politics, okay? You're too American politics brained. You got caught in the same trap as me. I was like, wait, 5? Wasn't it 4? When they said it in the 1995 debate, like, I'm gonna be the best president for 5 years, and I was like, wait, did they change it? Did they reduce it to 4? I think so. Yeah, the parliamentary might be 4. Yeah. Yeah, the parliament is 4. President is 5. Which should explain why they don't overlap, I guess.
oh, with the Russia-Ukraine war now in year number 3, with tens of
Year number 3, I can get over this whole year number 3.
thousands of dead on each
That
side.
is so basic. The more you know, I guess, yeah. Live and learn. Jesus Christ. Year number 3. Yeah.
And hundreds of thousands wounded. Probably 50,000 dead on the Ukrainian side, maybe 200,000 dead on the Russian side. With eastern Ukraine and Crimea.
Wait, sorry, what?
Dead on the Ukrainian side, with tens of thousands of dead on each side.
The system as in Hungary, prime minister is 4 years, president is... Yes, we have the same system.
And hundreds of thousands wounded. Probably 50,000 dead on the Ukrainian side, maybe 200,000 dead on the Russian side. With eastern Ukraine and Crimea currently in Russian hands. Now, with the Trump administration obviously trying to end the war through negotiation, we felt that now is a vital time to actually travel to Ukraine to discuss this crisis with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky.
I have no clue why now is this crucial time to do anything by whatever.
The American people have a lot of questions, and they have a right to know why they should care about this conflict in a faraway place and to have their questions answered.
Well, then maybe you should watch some people that actually take the effort to go there, report on the ground, actually gather information from the people living there, from the people fighting there, that create whole material for you to watch, not a far-right hacks interview. Just, But presidents pretty much just a representative. They can veto in limited circumstances, but that's it. I mean, they can do some stuff, but in the beginning of the 90s, the role of the president was actually much broader, which is interesting. I remember there were talks of limiting the presidential power. I actually talked about this with my mom when I said that president does not have that much power in Poland, and she said, "Oh yeah, I remember. They really wanted to limit what Wałęsa could do during his first term, so there was a." I'm ready for Ben to be roasted by Zelensky. Zelensky usually doesn't roast people, but he will give factual answers if he is asked any BS.
Ranging from how their tax dollars are being spent to the treatment of Christians in Ukraine, from the nature of Russia's aspirations in Ukraine to the Ukrainian desire to remain free of Russian domination. So, the trip into Ukraine wasn't exactly easy. It's, of course, a war zone.
It's not that complicated to get into Ukraine, okay? I go there regularly. What do you mean it's not that easy? It is actually quite easy.
First, we traveled some 12 hours from Florida to Krakow, that's Poland. And then we took
that has nothing to do with it being... Like, the fact that you have to travel along from the US to Ukraine has nothing to do with Ukraine being a war zone. The time will not get any shorter when the war ends.
a 10-hour car ride with security from Poland to Kyiv. The border crossing was pretty much deserted. Not a lot of people are trying to get from Poland to 12 hours from Florida to Krakow, that's Poland. And then we took a
Kraków.
10-hour car ride with security from Poland to Kyiv.
That's your choice to go with security. There are many journalists that travel to Ukraine with no security whatsoever. So that's your choice to go with security. Just saying.
The border crossing was pretty much deserted. Not a lot of people are trying to get into Ukraine at this point.
That's not true.
In time. The country itself, it's a beautiful country. The breadbasket of the continent, Western Ukraine, which is what you drive through to get to Kyiv, is rolling farmland dotted with forest. My great-great-grandparents came originally from this general region, Belarus, Poland, Ukraine. I tried to see it through their eyes as we were driving. What it must have been like 150 years ago, before the carnage of the Ukrainian Holodomor, which is the Stalin-created genocidal starvation campaign.
Okay, credit when credit is due. He actually calls the Holodomor genocide. Fair enough. Credit given to Ben Shapiro.
Ukrainian farmers and their families, and against those who opposed the evil of Soviet collectivization. And what it was like before the Nazi invasion in 1941 and the mass slaughter of Jews, with roving bands of SS mowing down tens of thousands of Jews over open pits in Babi Yar, shipping Jews via train to death camps all over Europe. Timothy Snyder, historian and author of a book called Bloodlands, Europe Between Hitler and Stalin, writes, quote, during the years that both Stalin and
It's a very good book, by the way. The Bloodlands, Timothy Snyder's. Almost like flying to Ukraine is closed due to war. Also dangerous if it was... Yeah.
Hitler were in power.
Right now there's a very expensive train that you can take to Ukraine once per week. Oh, I have to look into that, actually.
More people were killed in Ukraine than anywhere else in the Bloodlands or in Europe or in the world. For both Hitler and Stalin, Ukraine was more than a source of food. It was the place that would enable them to break the rules of traditional economics, rescue their countries from poverty and isolation, and remake the continent in their own image. If you know history, the voices of all of our brothers' blood cries out from the ground of Ukraine. And the history of Ukraine's suffering doesn't stop with World War II. After the war, the Soviet Union again was in control of Ukraine. Its history was then steamrolled and homogenized to fit Soviet presumptions. After the Cold War, after the Soviet Union fell, Ukraine broke free. It became independent. It gave up its nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees from the West. Didn't go well for Ukraine, obviously. Torn between the attraction of joining the post-Soviet West and Russian pressure from the East, the country was governed by a series of corruption-ridden governments, culminating in the victory of Viktor Yanukovych, whose pro-Russian swing led to the so-called Maidan Revolution of 2014.
That's not exactly what led to the Euromaidan, the pro-Russian swing. There's a little bit more to that than that.
Yanukovych was ousted. Vladimir Putin, dictator of Russia, seeing Ukraine slipping out of his grasp, then launched invasions of the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine, as well as Crimea. Both of those were largely Russian-speaking areas that favored a closer relationship with Russia, but they didn't actually want to be fully ruled by Russia, by the polling data available at the time.
Okay.
Instead, Putin brought in...
Okay, so far, Ben Shapiro is admittedly far better on the topic than someone like Lactoid, so...
little green men who he said were sort of domestic insurgents. They were actually Russian soldiers to take over those areas. Citizens of those areas were brought under Russian control. And then came 2022. Sensing weakness from the American-led North Atlantic Treaty Organization in the aftermath of Joe Biden's surrender of Afghanistan to the Taliban, Putin launched a full-scale invasion of the rest of Ukraine.
This is where I don't necessarily agree that the retreat from Afghanistan was such a big contributor. It's many like that. That's just a little bit of a jab on Biden, but I don't think so.
When the war began, few expected Ukraine to survive. Indeed, the first Russian push into Ukraine came within 10 or 12 kilometers of Kyiv, the capital city, which is located on both sides of the Dnieper River. Actually, Vladimir Zelensky was made offers by the Europeans to flee the country. But Ukraine instead fought back. Their forces actually pushed the Russians back toward the east and toward the south. After 3 years...
I still cannot believe that he said that we are on year 3 of the war. Hello.
...of war, that is where the lines remain. Carnage continues in Kharkiv and Zaporozhye. Bombs continue to fall. Drones continue to fly, particularly last night. The Russian government, since 2014, in an effort to Russify Ukrainian children, has abducted tens of thousands of kids from eastern...
Okay, good that he's actually talking about this.
...Ukraine and Crimea back into Russia. As the New York Times reported in 2023, quote, Russian officials have made it clear their goal is to replace any childhood attachment to home with a love for Russia. Hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers and contractors have died, according to the BBC. Around 50,000 Ukrainians have been killed, according to Zelensky's government. As of February, the numbers are probably higher. President Trump's entry into office provided the possibility of something new. Pledging to end the war, the Trump administration insisted on negotiations, and to that end, put pressure on both Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to come to the table. After a fraught conversation with President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance in the Oval Office...
This is where his biases will probably come out.
Zelensky has agreed...
As him using Kyiv and not Kiev and proper Ukrainian pronunciation is appreciated, even though probably had to be taught, probably. Yeah, it's appreciated.
...to an unconditional 30-day ceasefire. Putin has agreed to nothing. The United States, under Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, continues to advocate for Ukrainian concessions, ranging again from recognition of Russian territorial annexation to abandonment of intent to join NATO. Putin, for his part, has mouthed words of interest, but has shown little willingness to make any real concessions at all. That is where things stood as we traveled into Ukraine. We get to more of this in a moment. First, do you know what I hate? Big government. Do you know what else I hate? Being overcharged. Pure Talk, the cell phone company I use for business every day, is something you save money on. Information is going to be as careful as by $1 million personal information, but with LifeLock, you can help protect it. One of my producers,
what a long ad read.
40% off in Kyiv. Drone warfare has become one of the most highly publicized aspects of the war in Ukraine.
Okay.
Ukrainian forces, at a material disadvantage in the early days of the war, engaged in technological creativity to counter Russian advances. Russia then responded by building new drones with Chinese help, as well as by importing drones from Iran. By the time we reached Kyiv, the drone sirens had stopped. After a very short night in the center of Kyiv, we visited the site of the Babin Yar massacre, which is just across the street.
Why very strong? Why very short night?
From a television tower struck by a Russian missile in the early days of the war. We visited a blown-out building, hit multiple times in a variety of Russian attacks. We visited a memorial to the victims of the Holodomor. The city is beautiful, but it obviously feels pretty empty. Approximately 7 million Ukrainians have left the country during the war. That's out of a...
That's not true. That's not true. Kyiv definitely does not feel very empty. That's no. I've been to Kyiv several times. It does not feel very empty at all.
Total population of 44 million or so in 2021. I attended a meeting of the All-Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations with representatives of 15 different religious sects attending to discuss religious freedom and traditional values with Zelensky. A member of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine was joined by a member of the Catholic Church, for example, to ask for a Ministry of Family to foster higher birth rates and support more kids in Ukraine. Other members of the council asked President Zelensky about military deferment for members of the clergy. And then finally, it was time to sit down with President Zelensky. President Zelensky...
Of course, religious mumbo-jumbo.
He looked weary, but upbeat. He is, of course, very camera-friendly, given his history as a TV star. We sat in the shadow of the St. Sophia Cathedral, the first foundations of which were laid in 1011, centuries before the Tsardom of Russia. Here, then, is part one of our interview with President Vladimir Zelensky in Kyiv, Ukraine, at perhaps the most crucial moment for the negotiations yet in the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Right. Let's see what the interview itself will be like. Like memorizing a bunch of data is one thing, but let's see what the actual interview will be like.
President Zelensky, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming, Ben.
So I want to start by asking you about the meeting that you had in the Oval Office with the president and the vice president. This is almost a couple of months ago. Obviously, things went sideways. How do you feel that you could have handled things better with the president and vice president?
I don't like this question, considering that he asked perfectly legitimate question of security guarantees and he was just berated for it. I mean, he could have just not said anything, I guess, but would that have been handling it better?
Після цієї зустрічі нашої
After this meeting, our teams had a lot of, had plenty of meetings. Well, not enough of meetings to put an end to this war, but still.
I will admit that the double Y spelling sort of confused me at first. Like I just read the things in Cyrillics, and I feel like the double Y does not completely encapsulate this Cyrillics letter that is written in his surname, but
There were positive meetings.
But I guess transcriptions have their limitations, so.
Were meetings.
цієї зустрічі нашої
After.
Yeah, it's just in Polish. In Polish it's just written differently.
This meeting, our teams had a lot of, had plenty of meetings. Well, not.
But then again, in Polish, sometimes people take the Ukrainian L, which is the old Polish actor's L, which used to be pronounced by many actors before World War II, and they read it as Eł. So sometimes people just read it as Zelensky. Just a little trivia. Because the old the old L that used to be pronounced identical to the Ukrainian L in Poland sort of started being pronounced as Eł after World War II. Like, go back and watch if you speak Polish. If you don't speak Polish, then you will not hear any difference. But go back to Snow White dubbing from before the war and listen how the actors speak, how they say the letter Eł, they say it like the Ukrainian L, and then go back to the newer dubbing of Snow White, listen to the same words, and wherever they said the old L, you will hear Eł. It's pretty interesting little trivia about the Polish language.
Enough of meetings to put an end to this war, but still there were positive meetings. There were meetings that were fruitful, and our teams have agreed that everyone will support the complete ceasefire mode, and that was a meeting in Saudi Arabia. Then there was another meeting, then there was a meeting in France. Tomorrow, by the way, there will be a meeting in London. So as you can see, that what's important to us is the teams of Ukraine and the United States, plus our European colleagues. That is, our team has started to work together with the United States, and I can see some positive things about this. I'm grateful to this, to all the partners, and I'm grateful to President Trump for this, as well as to Keir Starmer and to the Emmanuel Macron and to all the leaders who constantly support this very beginning, the complete ceasefire. It's the beginning of the path towards the stable and hopefully fair and just peace. And that is why I think we do have good meetings right now, and I would say good possibilities. Now the question is Russia, and that is the only element in this construct that is not yet ready to put an end to this war, and we hope on the strengths of the United States, on the strengths in terms of the sanctions, on the experience of the United States, and the influence that the United States has on Russia. So for the Russia to agree to put an end to this war, it depends on them. As for our meeting in the Oval Office, I kept saying that we needed this meeting. We had to talk over a variety of elements. We had different meetings, fruitful and more philosophic meetings, I would say, on different stages of our life, and the meeting with President Trump as well. So I think that the meeting in the Oval Office, it did not help Ukraine. It did not
Right.
help
Of course it
to
didn't,
the
yeah.
United States. And no, and I think we should, when Ukraine and the United States are
Yeah,
having
he
a
has
meeting,
translator.
we should give light to people. We should demonstrate this path that I've already mentioned, to a path towards the end of this war. We count on the strategic partnership, and we always
Also, let's not forget that the US started cutting intelligence away from Ukraine before that infamous White House meeting.
respected the people of the United States and the choice of the United States and the support coming from the United States. And that is why I think that we will have more fruitful meetings with President Trump, but
We'll see.
you have to understand Ukraine, that
Unless
we are
he-
defending against the Russia's offense.
Yeah, Trump should understand that Ukraine did not start the war. Like, the problem is that Zelensky cannot say anything else, basically, because he has to keep hope that the United States will not completely abandon Ukraine. Yeah, he did.
And we believe Russia is an enemy. We believe United States as a true and real friend. We know that United
It's not right now. No, it's not. But Zelensky cannot say that.
States has a position to serve as the mediator in this conflict. That is the choice made by the United States.
Those are
But
the limitations that he is being put in right now, unfortunately.
we consider United States as a strong strategic partner with an influence, and we would really like to have peace through strengths that would be used towards Russia, so that the force
That's not
would be,
happening.
towards the Russia, because
That
they're
is
the
not
one
happening.
who's the aggressor, and we would like really to have this common understanding that Russia is the aggressor, not we, and we really want
Yeah.
the United States not to search for the balance in this words. I understand what President Trump is willing to have. I highly respect the fact that he's searching for an approach. That's his approach. Somebody might have different approach, but you shouldn't be saying that Ukraine and Russia started this war. I believe that it's painful for our people to hear, and this is why we respond in this way. We're talking about the dignity of our country. We have demonstrated that we are ready to protect our dignity in any situation. I'm doing that as the president. We have clearly demonstrated that in the beginning of the war. It was the war. It still remains the war. We have only one enemy, Russia and Putin. And that is why, even if we're talking a diplomatic environment, everything that is related to the Ukraine's dignity, I will always defend it. This is my job. I'm the president. I'm the guarantor of the Constitution of Ukraine.
So, Mr. President, there are a lot of questions in the United States about how American funding is spent. So we've spent nearly allocated nearly $200 billion to the defense of Ukraine. There are lots of questions about where the money is going, to pensions, to war profiteering.
Already there's bad question. There's a whole report written exactly on where the money is going, what is spent where. There's a whole money that has been going on all this time, and regular reports have been published for anybody to see and read if they want to. So again, the money, first of all, most of the money goes into the United States military industry, and is what is being sent to Ukraine is weapons. So this question is just ridiculous, and I hate that it's being asked time and time and time again, and it has to be answered time and time and time again.
To corruption. How do you answer those questions? What kind of transparency can you provide to the American people to guarantee that their taxpayer dollars are being used in the best possible way to fight Russia, to defend Ukraine? and to ensure that if the United States wants, would an audit be possible by the United States of where this
I don't remember how those reports are called, but yes, there are reports very much auditing all the aid.
are going.
Так. Давайте я почну з
Yes,
кінця вашого.
let me start with the end of your question. As for the audit, the United States have to understand there's United States inspectors working. There's the inspectors of European countries because they've also allocated the money, and we are also grateful to
Yeah,
them.
their whole reports. They are public. You can look into them. Those reports are public.
Just as to the United States, we highly respect the support and assistance coming from the people of the United States as well as the people of Europe. That is why we have told at once that we are ready to have any inspections from the very beginning of the war. The inspectors coming from the United States, Europe, and our own inspectors, they're working. We have complete reporting, counting,
Yeah,
absolutely
and it's public.
transparent
It's
within the
public.
Ministry of Defense. There's access to all the figures starting from the very first year of the war. There's always, and there's been always an access when we've seen in the very beginning.
Anyone can read the report. Anyone. You can literally go and read it right now.
Of the war that Russia attempted to undermine the support and assistance coming from the United States, because the United States was the main donor, and they wanted to undermine this through fake news, through other tools. That is why we told at once that we are open, send the inspectors, and they were inspectors. So as for the audit, we're always ready to any audit. There's nothing to hide. We are absolutely open, transparent, and that is what's happening. There's all the reports available. The second aspect, I never wanted to, I was grateful to all.
I don't know about other places, but in Poland, Jewish people do not say thank you to one another, okay? I'm not gonna repeat the anecdote again, but yeah. There's a different love language that happens between Jewish people in Poland.
All the U.S. taxpayers, I understand that United States have different programs, directions, and that is also related to the weapons support and to the assistance of other countries of the world. I want to be absolutely frank. That's with regards to the audit.
I don't want to... It's been years since the war started. I don't want to hear the same old tired questions over and over and over again. Okay?
I have my own.
Canada's welcome to Zelensky a few years ago. Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay, Lucy, okay. I mean, it's true. I could tell the anecdote again, but...
Internal audit, and I clearly understand how much assistance coming from which country at which moment was provided to Ukraine. I'm not responding wholly to saying that United States has transferred something around 200 billion. I'm responding to the facts. The United States could be, registering that, could be voting.
Also,
and we are grateful to the.
Let's check something real quick. Let's check something like that. How much money has U.S. spent on conflicts before war in Ukraine? I have to. The worst of U.S. wars then and now. This is from how long ago? Okay, I want to see a graph. I want to see a new graph. Oh God. I want to see some sort of like a comparative graph. Whatever. If somebody can send me something like that, I'll be grateful. As I understand it, what Ukraine gave to what was given in aid by the U.S. is a fraction of what the U.S. spent on past conflicts.
Bipartisan support in the Congress, because we are grateful to this unity around the fight of Ukraine for.
I'm not even gonna go into the fact that the old equipment that is given to Ukraine is actually worth less than what it's been evaluated, because it's been evaluated to be worth what it's been worth when it was new. But as we all know, it's definitely not worth what it has been when it was new. Like, let's also remember how the value of the aid has been calculated.
Dependence in your great assistance and the great contribution of the United States in the defense of our people. But I have my own internal audit, and my country is clearly documenting how many assistance was provided. Just for you to know, we had 105 billion US dollars. Most of those money were in the form of weapons. Now, that's first thing. All of those weapons
Kinda new.
The money were paid to the transportation of those weapons. Ukrainian companies were not allowed to transport this money. That's why we haven't received, not in the public, not in the private sector, the money for the transportation. There were different assistance programs, the training of Ukrainian soldiers abroad. There's many things. I'm documenting and registering what we have.
Also, the way refugees are accepted, what sort of assistance they get from the government, etc. That is also calculated into total aid that a country is providing, just so you know.
Understand there could be different calculations, different assistance programs or aid programs, but this is like an audit, really. You are verifying what was the output, so to say, and we kind of verify what was the input. We verify this because we need to, keep the phase in our relations with the key strategic partner. It's very important. It's not that we're arguing that United States have said that we're giving you 200 and Ukraine is saying, no, it's 100. No, it's not an arguing. It's not a dispute, but it's important that both countries and the taxpayers, they should know where their money are. So that's it. And I kept
where
saying
the money
all the
is.
time, it's not that I'm...
Money is uncountable. Okay? Money is.
Not, properly responding to 200, 300, 400. No. I'm responding to what was the input, so to say, how many money came to Ukraine. Now, in terms of the use of money, primarily that was for the weapons. They were used on the battlefield. And the audit that I've mentioned clearly documented
But
that.
yes, I he's giving a long response. But yes, there's a whole document that is being updated regularly that clearly explains point by point how the aid is being distributed, where the money goes, and what happens to it. It's public. I hate that this question is being asked time and time again.
Whether this weapon was used on the battlefield or in accordance to some of the information been posted on the media. Primarily, there were the Russian narratives that some of the weapons were sent elsewhere, or there was some corruption related to this weapon, something was sold. No. All the audit that took place, not a single time has found any fact of sales of U.S. weapons to somewhere abroad. So there were no information like that in any of the audit. Then, secondly, the funding, they support the different social programs. That was different social programs, but the salary that we pay to our soldiers, the pensions that we pay to our pensioners, and we have 11
teachers, nurses, government workers.
0.5 million pensioners. So the salaries and the pensions, these are only paid from the Ukrainian budget, this only by the Ukrainian money, not because we didn't need the kind of financial support or the support to the people. There were different aspects, infrastructural aspects, etc. We needed all of that, and we are grateful to all that. But the United States have to know that they were not feeding our pensioners and our soldiers with regards to the salary or the compensation. Surely you've provided the most important aspect, that is the weapons we needed to defend. Now those things are very important.
Right.
Now there's special programs or separate programs, and we have the clear figures behind those. When the
Yeah,
United
and they're
States were
public,
paying money
again.
for the development of a certain direction in the technological kind of development, like a new drones, and there were direct funding either in the private sector that was constructing the drones like that. What the United States have received, well, the exchange of information. The United States, without the war, would never have received the knowledge. I'm not saying that war is good. That's horrible. But whenever we're saying what the United States have received, for example, when there were some programs when the United States have funded the weapons and they were transferring the Patriots to us, and we are grateful to the United States, first of all, for this. They know that all the air defense systems that we had, different shells, there's artillery shells, even 155
Right.
shells could be different, the HIMARS, etc. All the Ukraine have been using. Ukraine provided the reports to the United States, and Ukraine has improved.
Yeah, and those reports are, again, public. The US has learned a lot about drone warfare doing this. Not just drone warfare. This war has been educational on many, many aspects of war. A very important aspect that is not super discussed about is how much the world has learned through this war about field medics and how they operate on the front, the evacuation of wounded soldiers, how those medical facilities work near the front line, etc., etc. How soldiers need now more education when it comes to how to quickly help the person next to them to stabilize them, because there won't be always a medic that will be able to get to them in time, etc. You know, stuff like that.
Improved many of the elements and specifications by our engineers, by our people on the ground. They've improved the specifications of the weapons. The United States have received a true report based on the largest land war in many years. So now the United
Since World War
States know
II.
where to invest the money, where
In
not
Europe, at least.
to invest the money. I know those conclusions, but this is not public information. But the United States have received this knowledge, this data, and this knowledge could not be acquired without the live operations. Then the United States have provided money to the development of different drones. Surely it's all about our special forces, recon, intelligence, security service of Ukraine, foreign intelligence. These are the separate money. They are part of those 105 billion. So this is where the scientists were working, the recon, the intelligence, the military engineers were working. Now, what the United States
Very nice and detailed responses, by the way. This is just the response to question number 1. Very nice, very detailed.
received, when the United States have paid for those developments, the United States have received complete and open information on the drones. This is the new weapons that was not available to the United States, to Europe, and surely we didn't have it. Now, the United States have received all this experience, all this know-how and developments. Now, I'm not willing to say that it's a cheap price for all of those developments. We are grateful to every single cent paid by the United States, but this is the fair price, so to say. The knowledge, the experience, that the whole world is based on the knowledge, and I believe that this is what the United States have received. Then how are medics being operating on the battlefield?
There you go. This is great that he's mentioning the medics, because I feel like the medics are an extremely underreported topic. There are actually a lot of volunteer medics from Poland that went to the front line, and I could make a whole topic out of that. And yes, I've seen what Lettuce said in the chat. I'm probably going to cover that later.
Everyone knows about this.
I'll
There's medical points or medical stations close to the battlefield where the military surgeries have been taking place. There's medical assistance of different sort that has been provided. Now, all this knowledge, all this experience were transferred to our partners. They've seen that they could make conclusions.
The medical stuff is very crucial.
To the people, the United States, together with the Europeans, have provided the support to the people, and I can give you the conclusions. You can compare the number of killed and the number of casualties. Now, I'm now comparing the Russian army with
Okay, Lettuce. Thank you for being here.
the Ukrainian army, but look at the portion of the wounded in action and the killed in action. We have the portion of the wounded in action the lowest. If we have 1 to 10, that is 1 killed, you have 10 wounded in action. Now, in case of Russians, in case of 10 casualties, there will be 5 wounded in action, or 5 killed in action, or 6 by 4. So we're saying that's a different level of medical support, and that knowledge was also provided to our partners. Now, what exactly the United States have received as well, and this is the most important thing that I have not mentioned yet. Let's be frank. The people in the world, they believe that we are living kind of fence against the Russia's invasion to the civilized world, including the NATO member nations. And we are kind of a living shield. We are defending this. So if Putin will come to the NATO member countries, or when he will do that, I don't believe that I know everything in advance, but let's just imagine, because everyone see who they have case with, so Putin might go
I do like how detailed this response is. Like, even just because he is able to give such detailed data packed responses, this is already, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I rate this leagues above the Lex Friedman interview in that regard, that he is able to give actually a lot of information.
The European countries. Now, in this
I
case,
like this.
There would be a need to defend the European nations or to leave the NATO. I'm not saying whether the United States should be doing that or not.
Like, I like that he's being able to give information that is useful and relevant, and not just answer BS questions such as, do you think you could get along with Putin and maybe have a grilling session with him and just talk as friends? I'm glad we're not being exposed to that.
The choice made by the people of the United States and other allies, but this is a question that will definitely be on the agenda. So as long as Russians are not in any single NATO member nation, your families are not facing with this question. So there will be a major question for your families, either to send your child to the war or not, to the other country, to some foreign country. So that's the kind of question. Now, the cost of United States not searching, and the families are not searching for an answer to this complicated question of whether to send their son or daughter, whether they will return home,
This is good. I like this.
And alive or wounded. Nobody knows the cost of that question. Whether the United States is the kind of the most the richest economy in the world, whether this is the biggest amount paid for what's being provided. I'm not saying that's a small amount. I'm saying that this is fair. This is fair. It's fair that United States supported Ukraine, and Ukraine gave away a lot.
But the United States right now under Trump is not an ally to Ukraine. Let's just be clear about that. 99 trenches built by Zelensky going to first try out every boss in Elden Ring.
In return for that support and assistance, and of course the most precious thing we have is the life of our people.
So I want to get to Russia's intentions in a moment and the possibilities of a ceasefire, but Americans have questions about things that are happening here. So there have been a lot of accusations that there's been a crackdown on religious freedom in Ukraine, particularly with regard to the Russian Orthodox Church. I just watched you perform a meeting with the all-church meeting with members of a wide variety of faiths. Maybe you can respond to the accusations that there's a restriction on religious freedom with regard to Russian Orthodox in Ukraine.
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that you're here. That you
Wait,
had
hold on. What was the question? I lost it.
Ukraine. Respond to the accusations that there's a restriction on religious freedom with regard to Russian Orthodox in Ukraine.
Russian Orthodoxy, yes, because they were the tools of the Kremlin. I'm sorry if the Russian Orthodoxy branch of the Orthodoxy religion was busy actively collaborating with Russia during a war, then yeah, I suppose there will be restrictions. I'm just wondering what the response will be from Zelensky. But yeah, that is the cost of collaborating with an invading force during a war, yeah. Also, let's be honest, Trump completely lost. I'm just going to address the chat very quickly. Trump completely lost the tariff war against China. Embarrassingly so. What are we even... Whatever.
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that you're here.
Embarrassing.
That you had a chance to take a look. And really, we have a meeting like that a couple of times per year. And I truly visit some of the churchill sites. And during the Easter, there's the Eastern meetings and the Passover. And we have a meeting with all of our religious institutions. And I believe that...
And let's be clear, Ukraine has its own Orthodox Church. That's not Russian.
What Ukraine has, and that is the largest council of churches, the largest in Europe. All of our churches are united, different religious, and everyone is united. So we are considering the question. There is the problem in military chaplain.
I should practice Ukrainian more. I understand quite a lot of words, but I should practice it more still.
The mobilization of pastors or not, or priests.
I'm sorry, if anything, we should be talking about the Russian persecution of the church, not Ukrainian.
Different questions. We help one another. We believe that the religious actors, if they're on the front line, it could be only through their will voluntarily, and they should be supporting military. Now, if those religious actors, if they're willing to do that, we are kind of considering every single question. We do not believe that these are the major challenges because we are having meetings, and if you have a regular meeting, so if you have a regular dialogue,
Mr. Zelensky, can you elaborate please why you're banning Russian Orthodoxy Church in your country? I mean, Ben, brother, what are you saying? I know, right? Jesus Christ.
All the big challenges, they kind of remain, but only small ones, and in many cases we solve
I know, it just sounds so ridiculous on its face when you say it out loud.
Those challenges, but they're not catastrophic, they're not tragic for the country and for the religious unity that we have in Ukraine, and we are openly doing that. Now, they advocate what you've heard like abroad. They have one single voice, different faith, but single voice. Nobody's pressing anyone. So today, Sviatoslav went to prepare to... He went to Rome, and there's all those ceremonies around the Pope Francis. So Sviatoslav went there, went to Rome. He needs that's correct, and I'm also planning together with my wife to have a visit. We'll have.
I learn by doing, so part of me learns well by playing games in different languages. Same. I like playing. I learned a lot of. I polished a lot of my Japanese that way.
Several meetings around the same dates. Now, as for the pressure, there's no pressure. and you will never hear about anything about the pressure because we don't have any additional dialogues with our religious institutions or religious leaders. There's no shadow practices. We're absolutely open, transparent. There could be cameras or no cameras. We're absolutely open. Everyone can tell you there's no pressure that's non-existent, and every holidays we are together. We have people from different religions, and we're always inviting everyone. That's important. As for the Moscow church, look, the question is not about the Moscow church. The question is that in case of Russia, Moscow is just another agency of the KGB. Everyone knows that Russia's special services are in control of the churches. Well, this is how
there you go. I said it.
That's their choice, and their people either support that or
I'm
not.
sorry, there will be restrictions based on that. I think it's reasonable, especially during a war.
Well, that's their choice. That's their right. And we've never raised this question before the war and during the war. But that's a fact that their special services are in control of the church. The problem was that their special forces was in control of the churches in Ukraine. That's not the truth. The church should be equal, and the Moscow could not be in control of our church. Their KGB, their intelligence could not be in control or could not be managing the Ukrainian church. Well, they shouldn't be here. So
it's ridiculous. It would be ridiculous to allow just be controlled by and give intel that would benefit further Russia. And yes, it's pretty basic.
Relative changes in Ukraine are related to the fact that there could be no connection in between of the Moscow and the church. Nobody closed anything or anyone, but it can't be the case that Russia's KGB is in control of the church in Ukraine. Everyone is against this legal ties. So it's not only about the ties at the level of intelligence. There was a legal connection, legal ties for many years, but that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't be having disputes or controversies around whose church is older than the others. And Ukraine is not willing, shouldn't be speaking about this. Look, we're sitting here close to the Sofia Cathedral. Sofia is older than Russia's capital city, and any churches they have. This building is older than that. That's the answer. We shouldn't be having any disputes.
But then again, as a nitpicky historian, I could say that Kiev Rus is a country that encapsulated modern day Ukraine as well as Belarus as well as Russia, right? Parts of Kiev Rus that went to the Mongolian Empire, those developed into what we know now as Russia. I'm simplifying a bit, but the fact is that there is not this clean pathway from Kiev. There is no such clean pathway for any country, actually. But now I'm talking about Ukraine. There is not this clean, nice pathway from Kiev Rus to nation state of Belarus or Ukraine or Russia. It's a lot more complicated than that. Okay, there we go. I feel like that's and that's true for all the countries. There's not this just clean, nice pathway from evolution like in Pokemon, from tribe, kingdom, nation state, boom, and then we can conveniently take the nation state and project it to everything in the past. So there you go. Also, the banning of many political parties in Ukraine were also Russian collaborators, but people complain about Zelensky being a tyrant about,
Scientific evidences, we're just saying that our church should be free from any authorities. It's free for the people.
So One of the other questions that's been asked is about military mobilization. So,
and these are all the questions, by the way. But I like the answer from the answers from Zelensky. They're very detailed and nice. But I hate the fact that that Ben is asking the same tired questions that have been answered a million times already. I mean, there is the positive of the fact that the answers given are really, really long and detailed, but
obviously you're in the middle of a war. At the same time, there have been reports online that people are being picked up off the streets and in places in eastern Ukraine and recruited into services. How do you respond to accusations and videos like that?
I'm sorry, what?
Are being picked up off the streets and in places in eastern Ukraine and recruited into services. How do you respond to accusations and videos like that?
I mean, it's called a draft. A draft is a thing in many countries, including the United States. Like, I'm sorry, but it is what happens when a country gets invaded. The population gets called upon to defend its territory. It's like what actually we should be talking about as a controversial thing, or even, against international law, is forcing Ukrainians in occupied territories to accept a Russian passport and then being conscripted into the Russian army. That's a thing that we could be discussing, not the fact that Ukraine is simply doing a draft, being invaded by a genocidal regime.
Дивіться,
Look,
кожен випадок.
every single case.
Also, to speak to what Karasu said, there was this very bizarre case of two German, tourists that were deported because they didn't book a hotel. It's very weird.
Is scrutinized by the land forces, by the Ministry of Defense. They're the one responsible for the mobilization. And it can have a different attitude towards mobilization, but we have this mobilization from the beginning of the war. It's in accordance to the legislation, in accordance to the martial law period. So the country is in a war. That is why we do have mobilization. We want the war to...
that is what happens when you are invaded. You mobilize the population to defend. Ooh.
To end. We want everything to end. We want to have a fair peace, calmness, and there would be nothing, not the mobilization, not the martial law. But as long as the war, as long as we have the law, there is the mobilization. That is why there were different aspects, like someone suggested money, someone took money for going or not going to the army.
And yes, there were a lot of cases of corruption when the recruitment officers were being paid off to let people off the hook, and there has been a lot of crackdown on these cases. Like Ukraine has been doing a lot to combat this sort of corruption. So I think this is what Zelensky is referring to here.
There's different approaches, or there are different cases, but we shouldn't be saying that this is the major phase or the main thing that describes Ukraine today. No, Ukraine has 800,000 right now, or 600,000 people who volunteered to go to the army. That was the law on mobilization, but the people were...
Yeah, but the problem is that many people have been fighting for years and years on end, and people need to be rotated, and therefore at some point Ukraine is forced to just do some level of forced conscription. It just cannot be avoided if really a healthy rotation is to be had, right? It's the reality of long-term warfare, I suppose.
We're volunteering to go and defend Ukraine. Definitely, there's different people, and I think there's different people in every country, and the law enforcement personnel should be making sure that everything would be transparent. There would be no coercion or something. There are some kind of disadvantages. That's a fact. We shouldn't be hiding that, like a corruption, but if we have an anti-corruption body,
There's been some big cases of corruption, and I'm glad that those cases have been put to light in the context of those corruption cases of people that did the corruption being prosecuted.
there's the security service of Ukraine is, if we're fighting with this on an everyday basis, well, of course you can hide it, like everything as in case of Russia or some European countries, but Ukraine clearly shows that it is fighting on a constant...
Again, if you want to talk about something that's actually controversial, forcing Ukrainian people in territories that are occupied to accept Russian passport, drafted into the army to fight against Ukraine. That's the actual topic that should be discussed.
...basis against aspects like that, but those are kind of singular cases. This is not massive. That's more important, and that should be reducing on a daily basis. We're doing that.
As we mentioned, we left Kyiv on Tuesday night. On Wednesday night, Kyiv was hit with one of the biggest missile barrages of the war. We've been checking in on many of the people we met in Ukraine to ensure that they are safe. We'll bring you any updates. That was part one of our interview with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Tuesday afternoon.
I will cover the second part later, because I might have to finish stream soon, but let's wrap this up.
Part two will continue on tomorrow's show. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, according to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand their headcount for 2025.
No,
it's a lot of time for most jobs today.
no,
to qualified candidates. And
no,
are you on the regular website
no.
to HIYA, of blacks versus whites who get a particular benefit. That if there's a disparate impact, there are plenty of reasons for disparities in outcome. It guarantees equality of opportunity, not equal outcomes. It promises that people are treated as individuals, not components of a particular race. The goal of this movement is disparate impact liability, which holds that a near insert are there. President Trump yesterday said the goal is to have a fair deal with China.
Can you clarify, Mr. President, on China?
I guess he's doing something. Okay, whatever. This is totally different. My journey to Ukraine. This video is called "My Journey to Ukraine," but at least 20 minutes is about something totally different. So I guess that's it. So I guess we've watched it. I didn't like the questions necessarily because I've heard them a million times before and I've heard the answers a million times before. But I did like that Zelensky was given an opportunity to actually voice a really nice and detailed response to everything that has been said. All right. What did you think? How do you like? Have I earned some new viewers with this stream? Have I earned some new viewership with this stream? Do you think we'll come back in a few hours when I'll return to cover the news? I'm gonna take a break and I'm gonna return later. Okay? When you end, could you rate Saltiness a leftist on Twitch or YouTube? Listen, we are trying to build an audience of 50 concurrent viewers. That is my goal. I think it's a modest and realistic goal, okay? I think it's a modest and quite realistic goal for me to fight for. And by fight, I mean grind. All right, let's oh gosh, the way Trump tried to fight with China on tariffs proved to be such a fiasco that Trump is just now backsliding from it. So completely embarrassing failure, completely embarrassing defeat on Trump's end when it comes to China and the tariffs. So I mean, Trump being anti-American is pretty obvious. And I will remind you that, and not nearly enough people talk about this aspect, okay? This is very interesting to me, but not many people talk. The Trump administration was asked directly, okay, so you want to bring manufacturing production back to the US. What's your plan for that? What's your plan for giving people jobs in manufacturing and giving people, putting people to get to, if you bring back manufacturing, naturally you will give people jobs, right? And the Trump administration said, we were actually looking into doing more, we were just looking to use machines, right? We were just looking to automate everything that we bring to the US. So, cool. We were just thinking of automating everything that we bring back here. So, okay. That's great. That really benefits the American people, doesn't it? We're planning to, Lucy, to cover on such micro case of an American company and how integrated the economy is. So you can, yeah, we have to do it. Maybe tomorrow or later today. Okay, I'm going to rate on YouTube. Yeah, he has no... Yeah, I mean, the parts will just be a lot more expensive because they will cross the border several times with tariffs every single time. This is gonna be epic. Okay, who do I rate on YouTube? It is crazy. I'm rating you out. I'm gonna be back in a few hours. I'm rating you to... Oh gosh, how am I rating you? It is sad. Chris Speaks, I guess. I have no clue who Chris Speaks is, but I'm gonna rate them because they are on. Community Election, Lighthouse, Hehe, Skullgate. Who is this person? Whatever, I'm rating them. I have no clue who that is, but whatever. I'll see you later, okay? I'm finishing stream. So I'm gonna finish now. So I'm gonna be, bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye.